I think maybe what I'm thinking of is like make it so that it gives off light and like affects the shading on
They're not
the
going to
character.
add that in.
Yeah, I mean maybe for like for the booth though, like if you want really cool looking screenshots for them.
I doubt they're going to go
Need
that
ray
far.
tracing.
Ray tracing.
Reports introduces ray tracing.
Yeah.
Unless they go and start adding purchase function for like character icons, you're never going to go and get that far.
Yeah.
I mean, you already have to go and subscribe in order to go and get that functionality. So if they haven't
I don't know.
gone and added that in yet, I doubt they will.
Pipe dreams. I just have to
I
get
know.
good at Photoshop then.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm decent at Photoshop,
Although,
but I don't know how to do that kind of shit.
no, there's you can get the STL files for it, and you could, for all intents and purposes, go and take that into one of the 3D studios and do it.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, I wouldn't say it's too technical for me, but that's definitely like 3D software is not something I'm familiar with at all. I used AutoCAD
I
like twice in high school. One to make a really
Yeah.
shitty soapbox derby car kind of thing,
Mhm.
and another one for I think it was designing some kind of decal plate for one project that we did, and that was it.
Yeah. I mean, I was really good in freaking AutoCAD and shit like that, but even this is like the artistic side of it
Yeah.
is beyond me. Like the whole coloring and all that shenanigans, shading and whatnot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I struggle with that.
Welcome, Jake.
Hi.
Cake will be joining us whenever he got held up at work, so it's all good.
Before we start, Justin, can I drag you to the DM channel for a sec?
Yeah, sure. And we're back. All right. Since it hasn't been 2 weeks, does somebody want to handle recap duties for me?
In all honesty, I have no memory of what happened.
Cool. Jake, Ellis.
They're muted.
Ah,
I can do it.
I want to make sure that they're here though before we
Yeah.
start.
Oh, I was muted. My bad. I missed half the session. I don't think I
Oh,
should
that's
do a
right, you
recap.
did. Ellis.
He's got his stream up.
Yeah,
Is he snoozing?
don't know. Let's find
Or
out.
he might be talking to them. I don't know.
Strum looks in like AFK mode.
All right. Well, we'll wait till everybody's here. So,
How's y'all's day?
boring. 'Cause I'm working.
Mine turned into boring
Mm.
because we had four patients all day.
Man, it sounds like the really slow days I'd have when I used to work at a jewelry store.
And no one
And
comes
you're
in.
there all fucking day. Okay. Ellis has to go on without him, so I guess Cobra, you are the the default recapper today.
So where exactly did we start last week?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember. We started balls.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We don't know.
We started at some point. I know it was like, oh, that's right. We started with
when
like
we
there
split
was
off.
there was like some additional bookkeeping from the night previous, and then we did daytime stuff.
Oh, okay, that is where we start. Because I was trying to think of like what did we do before we split up, but we didn't do anything. Right?
Yeah.
So after some quick light business, the crew went their separate ways and did some errands the next morning. Madcap did some shopping and did some sewing, and then looked over the Owlbear's notes a little bit. The Pigeon Man went home and talked to his mama, and she went, real estate shopping with him. They found a nice place to set himself up in. I believe Tonka went to work.
Yep.
As per usual.
The Lantern just went out on his own and found, I think, someone selling, was it Crimson Ash?
Yep.
Yeah.
Busted a drug deal.
We got into a tangle with an orc, a half orc. Was not doing the best in the fight, but the tussle drew the attention of the guards, who, upon noticing that the Lantern was a paladin, completely disregarded him as being any possibility of wrongdoing and just arrested the half orc. And the witch went and talked to one of her contacts. I honestly zoned out a little bit during that part.
That one was they're basically trying to get like the talk of the town and kind of hear what's going on in certain circles.
In the evening, they met back up. Madcap presented the new emblazoned coat for the witch. They went off to the height, the upper area of the heights, right? Or towards the docks.
It was north side, actually, outside of
dockside.
Dockside north.
Yep. So the north side, to a small apartment building. They snuck in. No one was there to really stop them. They've barged into the room of Kemmler, Brick something.
Bricksunder.
Kemmler bricks under. Lengthy interrogation, where they found out a lot of good information that I'm sure I'll remember at some point. But they were interrupted by a sniper who shot a very strange arrow, just totally one-shotting Kemmler.
I mean, the dude had like 7 hit points.
Madcap jumped out the window and gave chase. Caught up pretty quickly and managed to climb up the building with him. I'm not gonna claim it was a fight, but the mysterious archer shot a thermal detonation arrow and dropped Madcap to 1 hit point. Madcap said goodbye and fucked off.
I gotta go put my organs back in.
Told the witch he was leaving, and when she caught up to him because he was near death, the witch went back to the apartment where the Tonka and the Lantern had escorted Ordok.
Yes.
Ordok, the blue dragonborn adventurer, out to the apartments and brought him to the temple to put him under, let's be generous and call it guard. And that's where we left off.
Yeah, I think the Pigeon Man went home before giving the witch his new residence, basically, or at least a location where he could be found. Right?
Yeah,
I think so.
He had said, like I said, that he gave his address and left.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was correct.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. We pick up the following morning as the early risers, Tonka and the witch, are the first to be awake. You know that the Lantern had gone upstairs and had kind of set up some sort of a sleeping arrangement upstairs for Ordok. So if you look on the second floor, they're basically like sleepovering in the office.
So, how often do you think about Bahamut?
Well, they'll be waking up after these two, because Gwen only needs 4 hours of rest and Tonka needs 6.
Mm-hmm. What time did we get back last time?
I feel like it was.
Was it late?
I would say it was probably because you guys went straight to the apartment and then had some shit happen. It would have been really quick, so I would say you guys got back probably around no later than 1:30 a.m. No, and that might even be pushing it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was somewhere around 1 or 2, somewhere in there.
Because
Couldn't remember.
It is mid to late springtime at the moment, so there is more daylight than there is nighttime currently.
Okay. So I would likely end up heading to work then if it's morning.
Okay. Well, you'd be
After
assuming
6 hours of downtime, yeah, I'd be getting up and moving.
All right. Would the witch have gone to sleep immediately, or tranced? I mean,
probably after a short bit of reflection.
Mm-hmm. So likely you would be up before Tonka is activating.
Probably. In this room here, did you see that ping?
No. What? Was it the top floor?
No, I think my Roll20 is desynced. Hold on. It's the room at the bottom to the left of the entryway with all the books.
Yeah, that's second floor.
Oh, okay.
That's the office. That's the upstairs.
Would I have access to that, or is it if
I mean, you could go in there, but you do have 2 sleeping dragonborn in there on bedrolls.
Oh, okay. I just synced up. I see them now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, never mind that. Yeah, I would probably just wake and begin kind of thinking about what to do about the matter of Ordok.
Okay. And the fact that today is the day you have your meeting with Thornton as well.
It is. After a while, would I see Tonka preparing to leave?
I would say at some point while you're just kind of sitting there thinking, maybe going over some stuff you have written down,
Yes.
you would hear the like kind of as like Tonka is activating and
Starting.
getting up. Yeah, he's booting up.
Um,
You hear the Windows startup sound.
Damn it! I was gonna post that.
Tonka.
Yes.
I see you are rejuvenated, as it were.
Yes.
I can't claim to know much about your people, but to this point, I believe I can speak for myself, but I feel that we have developed at least slight mutual trust.
That would be well assumed.
Do you have plans today?
I have work.
Oh, down at the docks, is it?
Yes.
Of course, of course. Reaching into my, I'm just kind of, I put a finger into my coin purse and I'm just kind of feeling around, and I'd say, I know you're kind. You don't fall ill, do you?
No.
Of course not. But would you, if you were to take, say, a day, for additional rejuvenation, would it be acceptable to your employers?
His eyes kind of blink on and off, in confusion.
I pull out a couple of gold and I say, I mean, of course, your daily wages would not be lost. I'd be glad to reimburse you. I certainly wouldn't want to deprive you of your livelihood.
Being mechanical, I don't know that he would accept.
Do you collect? I mean, surely you collect a wage.
You do. You are paid for your time.
He does. I think we said it was like a monthly salary. Like after a month or something like that, he goes and gets paid out.
Okay.
Yeah, they usually, I think it's monthly or when certain projects are completed, basically.
Yeah, so
Okay, you
it'd be
finish the
like
repairs on this ship, everybody involved gets an advance on their pay, basically.
right. So it's pay by commission or something.
It sounds like
pay by contract, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's like a 1099.
Yeah.
Sure.
I will cut to the point. I don't mean to obfuscate my point. Would you say I have a very important errand to run today? It's a matter of some import. I think it could help our common goal. And I was thinking that I'm going to attempt to convince Ordok to accompany me. It's going to be a matter of some delicacy, and I rather thought I could use your assistance. But if you need to go to work, I certainly would not want to jeopardize your employment with this errand.
Work must be completed.
Yes, it must. But they're
how long is this task to take?
The appointment, I believe, is just after midday.
Yeah.
And is it like dawn right now?
Yeah, it's
Probably
like
7 a.m. I mean, if
late. For Tonka, yeah, like 7:30 a.m., something like that, real early.
7:38 or something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
So midday, 4 hours. I mean, he could go and do that. Yeah.
I could say, certainly think about it. I would take a little scrap of parchment out of out of one of my books, and I would just write down a meeting place. Not right at the. Is it at the Acropolis?
Yeah, you'll be escorted to Thornton's office in the Acropolis.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
and the escort will start at the gates.
Yep. Yeah. So I would write down a location. About a block from the gates, and I'd say, if you choose to meet me, I feel as though your unique talents could come in handy. But otherwise, I bid you good day, and I will see you at dusk, as agreed.
I would review this sheet of paper. Does it have the time on there?
Yep.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do, I'm just thinking that like having Tonka with me would give like I kind of want to see what Tonka would do, but then also I think it would be good to have a little protection there, but also it could be like a show of strength as well, because I'm going to make an interesting proposal to him.
Who was it we're going and meeting?
We're going to meet Councilman Thornton.
Oh, refresh my memory. What was he councilman of?
He's one of the 12 most
He wasn't
powerful...
the dock guys, or...
Yes, he's running for re-election of the Dock Workers Guild.
The shipwrights.
Oh, okay.
Guild.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. The shipwrights Guild against Vermilion.
Yeah, so technically, he's not technically like your boss or boss's boss, but he's like, he's chosen to represent your organization effectively.
He's my union leader.
Yeah, basically, he's your union leader in this merchant republic.
Yeah, so I'm thinking,
okay,
like, I had a thought that, it would just give my case more credibility to have one of his own kind of speak
a little bit of a flex.
Speak in favor of the
plan. I mean, he's a fucking robot. He can go in and work 16 hours out of the goddamn day if he chose to. I mean, there's nothing stopping him from going and meeting up with you. I mean, what the fuck are they gonna say? You can't do that when he can go and burn the ship to the waterline? So I mean, he'll meet up with you there. I mean, they go and take a lunch anyway, so this is what he goes and does, I guess, when he's bored, sitting there staring at the ship, waiting for them to get done.
And you know what? I really want to see the scene where Tonka gets up at midday and the boss says, "Where are you going?" I'm going to meet with Councilman Thornton, and everyone's jaw just drops.
Fair enough. While you guys are having this discussion, from the other side of the room, you hear the sound of something hitting like wood, and then some swearing.
I would turn in this direction of the sound.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Is this above ground or above us or below?
It sounds like it's coming from the same level from the other side of the room.
All right.
I would draw my rapier.
I would definitely prepare shocking grasp, I guess. And then would begin to move that direction.
Okay.
Yep. Weapon drawn, following behind Tonka.
All right. Do you guys enter that side of the room?
I would at least come to here, I'd think.
Okay.
By that point, I'm assuming I'd be able to see what would have gone and created the sound.
Yeah, kind of crawling out from underneath one of the benches there. You see Madcap.
like slowly, like bit by bit, like crazy, he was crawling out of a grave, just pulling himself from underneath the bench.
The small child has lived.
And he actually he still has the bandana over his mouth, but he actually he doesn't have the bandana on his head. So you can see his hair. It's like very, very, very short on the sides, and then he has like a kind of short, like dark brown, like faux hawk on the top.
Oh, kind of like am I thinking of this right? Like Alistair's hair in Dragon Age 1, or have you not played that?
I don't know.
I
Okay,
thought
never mind.
faux hawks were reversed. No, never mind. That's a reverse mohawk. Never mind.
And like you can just see like these tiny little like red lines over his entire face, where just all the capillaries on his face have burst from the pressure he took. And he just kind of like crawls out from underneath there and just like manages to get himself on top of the bench.
Will you live?
That's the hope. He kind of like lifts up his shirt and just look at his body, and just pretty much his entire body just one big bruise.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. Like, for mechanical purposes, you've gotten a long rest, but fuck, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Your chassis has taken some damage.
Yeah.
Please
No, it's
report.
basically that.
Please report the mechanic.
Please find the closest Ripper, Doc. You are dying. Sorry, I mean, calling trauma.
Like, yeah, I didn't quite make it home. This place was closer.
I would turn to regard the witch and simply go and say, "Get the lizard man."
Ellis,
Yeah.
Tonka's talking to you.
Oh, you said to go get who?
The lizard man.
I assume he's talking about.
The Dragonborn.
Which one?
Either
Fair.
of them at this point. Well, he'd probably go and send them after Lantern, or her after Lantern, because he knows that he's capable of mending the fleshy parts.
So I'd say to Madcap, I'd say what's going on?
I didn't quite make it home. That was farther away. So I slept under the bench.
Oh, we would have brought you a pillow had we known.
No, it's all good. I don't think the stiff neck is going to compare to
All right.
everything else.
Before I fetch the Dragonborn, can the three of us talk for a moment?
I'm not going anywhere. Certainly not at any rapid pace.
Tonka and I have a unique opportunity today. A friend of... I'll drop the subterfuge. I have a meeting with a member of the council, the one who Vermilion's running against, and I'm thinking that if we can promise, if we can express that we desire to do something about the Dawn and Vermilion as well to his benefit, perhaps he can help us make the city a safer place. Restore the order of law.
I'm all for that.
Excellent. I think that a way to do that is to get our blue lizard friend involved. I think his endorsement would carry some weight and would open some additional doors for us. So when I bring him down, we just need to have our story straight. Are we guards or agents, or do we come clean and tell him the truth? I mean, I feel like his enemies are our enemies, and vice versa.
Well, I mean, I would rather be known to this Ordok and to Councilman Thornton as either Madcap or who I really am. I don't want the two connected.
I look to Tonka and I say, even I don't believe even we know who you really are.
That's kind of the point.
I nod.
I was a guard. I worked for the city for about 35 years. Most of the time as a guard and an inspector. I've retired recently when I took up the mantle of, well, I didn't pick the name, but Madcap.
I just hold up a hand and I say, I didn't ask you to tell us, but thank you for your trust.
The child is older than it looks.
Tonka not understanding racial size differences.
The child's over 80 years old.
The target is around 50 years old.
Damn it!
I want to.
Everybody's on. They're taking my jokes.
I would like to see the child.
You gotta wake up, Jake. You gotta be quicker than that.
I love that. He's sleeping. No, yeah, okay. Anyway, is it fair to say that it wouldn't be a lie to say to Mr. Ordok that as long as the Dawn and Vermilion are in power, that his life is in danger?
Well, I mean, we have no evidence of that.
No, other than the attempt on his life.
Was there an attempt on his life? I think
They killed Dwarf.
I think the target they wanted, they got. I mean, but it's a stretch. But I mean,
he doesn't know either.
It's
So.
believable.
I kind of like move over and I look to see if anyone's coming.
Not at the moment.
And
You
then
guys are talking quiet enough, and you're in an area that doesn't really carry a lot of sound.
Yeah.
So.
And then I come back and I say, right, so as we said, the attempt on his life left him very vulnerable. So I think we can convince him of that. Perhaps he'll help us.
The reason I brought up being a guard is that, that the fact that I was a guard for a very long time could be useful in the conversations coming.
So perhaps we could just pull at the truth a bit more and tell him that you're some sort of a, we don't need to say former, but
undercover,
some type of an undercover agent investigating the Dawn, and we're your associates. I mean, that's not a stretch of that's not too much of a stretch.
I mean, it's if I was still drawing a paycheck, it'd kind of be the truth.
Yes.
It's technically true, which is the best kind of true.
Yeah.
And in which case, if I was to meet with that, if they were to see me, I would not want this get up on.
So let's should we find you something to change into?
If there's something available, I don't have a change of clothes on me. Or I could meet later, and in my normal attire.
Meeting is later.
Madcap, what I'm concerned about is the first few moments with Ordok when he comes downstairs. He may just want to go right back to his ship and leave, and we need to convince him to not only stay but to actively help us, which he may be reticent to do.
That's fair.
Would I know? Is there a clothing shop close by, Jake?
Oh, absolutely. In the Heights?
I mean,
yeah.
Justin, sorry.
In and around the Heights? Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of clothing stores, but if you're looking for something that's not that kind of expensive, you'd probably have to go to the Plaza. The Plaza is where a lot of the general merchants are going to be, where you're going to find your run-of-the-mill stuff or, high-volume places.
Yes, Alice, please come into my Louis Vuitton outlet in my Tomb of Horrors.
Yes, exactly.
But if you are
You
looking
picked
for
one.
nice clothes, you're in the right district.
How much gold are we talking for an outfit that Madcap could wear that would make him look a little more of an undercover
How
cop?
much do
And
fine clothes cost?
let's face it, Madcap dresses pretty nice. Like he usually like makes his own clothes. Like
Fine clothes are 15 gold pieces, so I think for a full set, you could probably, 15 to 10.
Um. Okay.
I mean, how long would it take me to get to home and back?
I don't know, 40. Um, well, let's
Well,
say,
if it's even if it's eight
dress your
a.m.,
wounds,
he's still
dress your
got.
wounds to dress your wounds properly. You're probably looking at from here to the temple and from your place to the temple and back, probably like an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, even if it's 8 o'clock in the morning, he's still got 4 hours until noon, which is roughly when we're going and meeting.
Roughly, yeah.
This is for the meeting for when Ordok comes down, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, I say I can go home and be back in less than an hour. I mean, he's still got to wake up and you got to give him breakfast and whatnot, and you can tell him you're waiting on your contact
Okay.
and that I should be along shortly.
That certainly works. Should I refer to you perhaps as um, Officer Smith?
Just call me Osric.
Osric. Is that from Last Kingdom?
No.
Oh, okay. I think I'm thinking of like Osfirth or something.
Yeah, I think Osric is. Yeah, it's someone.
Okay. So is that the plan? Madcap goes home real quick, dresses his wounds, and changes.
Yeah, Osfirth is the monk that joins up with.
That's right.
Okay. Put you on the GM layer for now. All right. Once Madcap, a few minutes after Madcap leaves, coming down, you hear somebody come in down the stairs. Tonka, you're closest to the door, so you would see them first. It's the high priest, Janos,
Oh.
of the temple here. He looks like he's kind of just putting his kind of working robes on. It looks like he's still waking up a little bit, but temple's got to be maintained. He goes, "Oh, Mr. Tonka and a guest. Well, you're friends of Paladin Kara, so I suppose I can't be. Well, I suppose I can excuse some vagrancy."
That would be too insulting. Never mind.
What's his title?
He is the high priest of the Temple of Bahamut.
I
So
would.
he is the yeah.
And he's questioning why we've been here all night.
He's more so just saying like, all right, so you hoboed in my temple, but you're friends of my paladin, so I'll look the other way.
I would bow deeply and say, High Priest, thank you for your hospitality. We are just so overwhelmed by the spirit of the word of Bahamut that we need to stay close to this holy place. Thank you for your.
He just kind of raises his hand and says, "You don't need to play coy with me. I know you are here because you believe it is safe for a particular individual."
So you knew I was full of shit? Fair enough.
Well, I saw him on the way in, and well, my paladin doesn't do much without informing me of such.
Yes. And a very
He's a
loyal.
responsible one, that lad.
Very loyal.
Yes. But Bahamut offers protection to those in need and justice to those who have been denied it, so I suppose I cannot turn away somebody in such dire need of assistance. Just try not to try to keep the guards out of it, unless need be.
I will reinforce the
The
doors.
first time you guys were here, the guards busted in.
Understood.
So,
I begin eyeing the door to go and see what I need to do to reinforce it.
all right. Well, don't mind me for the next few hours. I'm just going to be cleaning the place up before my attendants arrive. And he goes, and goes around and he starts like sweeping the pews and other things like that, just kind of taking care of the place.
I would turn and simply say that I've got to get to work, and I will head out.
All right.
May Bahamut be with you, brave Warforged.
All right. So,
Wait, I just realized that I'm now on my own to explain to Orlok.
well, hold on.
That's fine.
See, if only you had a job.
I can handle it. I've got all kinds of good social skills. I'll be fine.
You're the liar of the group.
The facilitator of what needs to be
I
done.
believe the term is the face. At least that's what it was in Shadowrun.
Which was the opposite of the character concept. It was not my intention.
You were the heel, not the face.
Exactly. I was the one in the shadows who didn't want to talk to anyone.
Hey, problems with having high charisma, my dude.
Yeah, I know.
All right. After a bit, Madcap has yet to return, but accompanied by Lantern, Ordok does come down. He's still in his like casual robe, and his like pajamas, basically. He looks a bit tired. He slept on a bedroll on the floor, but no worse for wear. Well, I appreciate the assistance. He's talking to Arco at the moment. I appreciate the matter of protection at the moment, but I suppose I should at least see to it that my things are all in order.
Okay, so are you playing the part of
For now, Arco understands that you need to keep him here. Like, you have a thing for him. He's like, so he's just saying like, well, maybe we should, wait and see. I need to hear from my superiors about whether or not it's safe for you to go anywhere unaccompanied, that sort of thing. But you're like right there, so if you want to interject, feel free.
I would come out and say, Arco, good morning.
Good morning, my lady. And the Ordok kind of gives you a kind of slight forward bow.
And it's Ordok Camlorn?
Calamorn.
Calamorn, excuse me.
It's okay. You had all the right letters, just not in the right order.
I did, I know. I would say, Ordok, I'm so glad that you're safe. The danger is greater than we realized. It may not be safe here for long.
Even here in this holy place?
Well, I've spoken to the high priest, and he assures us that we are safe. But
the high priest in the corner of your eye, like, kind of looks up, like, eyebrow raised, and just goes back to what he's doing.
I just kind of give him like a wink.
He knows how things work around here.
Yeah. I mean, does he know who we are, or he just knows that we're friends with Arco?
He knows that you're friends with Arco, but he knows that Arco is
sketchy as hell.
Not sketchy. That he's delivering the good word and justice of Bahamut to the streets, and Who is he to argue with a heavily armed dragonborn with a flaming mace or a flaming flail?
I would not argue with such a figure either.
It's like in his mind, Arco is I don't want to say too dumb, but he's too naive to cause any real problems. I think is his thought process. Like he's gonna stumble his way into greatness at some point.
Imbecilic.
Yes, he's an idiot savant.
Yes. Savant's the word I was gonna say.
So, anyways,
Yes. So, the high priest assures us that this place is secure, but well, and I kind of look down and I say, we might as well tell you the truth.
the truth.
And I try to put on my most ashamed face.
I had suspected as much that there was something you were not telling me, but I wanted to assume it was only for my benefit.
Yes. It indeed was, Mr. Calamorn. Ordok, if I may.
Of course, absolutely.
I've been just such a fan of yours for so long. It's just a great honor to meet you.
Don't trouble yourself with flattery. Half the stories they tell are overly embellished.
Yes. So we are working for someone, and I kind of look around and I adopt a hushed tone and I say, it's an undercover officer of the. What's it just like the police force? Is there a name for the guard? The guard.
The city guard.
Yes. An undercover officer of the city guard. We fear that the guard itself may have been infiltrated. There could be high-ranking members of the government involved. We don't know who to trust, but our goal is to ensure your safety and find out who it was who killed your dear friend, Mr. Kemmler.
This is more troubling than I thought. What has this city of mine come to?
It's just it troubles me so.
So this undercover guardsman is not among us at the moment?
No, but if you're willing, I'll ensure that we fetch you just a very quick breakfast and perhaps something to drink, and he should be here any moment.
Not too terribly hungry at the moment, but surely afterwards.
Of course. Shall we? And I would kind of try to get him to come and sit in here with us and wait.
Sure. I'm just gonna put him over here.
And as he walks in front of me, I just give Arco just kind of like a little knowing nod.
And he just like, the goofy thumbs up smile.
It's an unknowing nod.
Yeah. Knowing nod, unknowing nod. We'll say you guys wait, let's say about another 15 minutes or so, and then you're a halfling, right? Cobra?
Yes.
Yeah, a halfling comes in. Similar hairdo to what he described before, but with newer clothes. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Cobra.
I would stand up and it's perfect. I would say, Officer Osric, we're so glad you were able to make it back safe. Is there, are the streets safe this morning?
Depending on which streets you talk about.
Allow me to introduce you to the great Ordok Calamorn, and I kind of bow a bit as I gesture my hand in a flourish towards the Blue Dragonborn.
Yes, please. Great. That's a bit of a stretch. Well known, sure.
No bow, just walk up to him and offer my hand to shake.
And his large dragonborn claw goes in, basically encompasses your entire hand, and gives it a nice firm shake.
Like, what was his last name?
Calamorn.
Mr. Callenborn, I'm not sure how much you know of the disturbance that happened at your apartment last night.
I mean, I have been briefed that there is some sort of conspiracy plot undergoing, and that I and my friend Kemmler have been targeted as such.
Yeah, that's what we fear. One of my informants did tell me that there is a short list of people that the it seems the Don is unhappy with some recent events that have gone on in the city, and he is making a show of force on anyone that he deems has failed him, and as well as anyone that those people are associated with.
Hmm. Quite serious.
At the moment, it's most likely not safe for you to be um, out and about, at least on your own. So
Hmm. Well, that is a shame. I very much like walking the streets and see sights and people coming through.
Ordok, hold on a second. Officer Osric, I had explained to Ordok some of the danger and how we feel that we have a sense of how to stop it once and for all.
there are plans and motions in work to take out the Don, and as well as a few of his key contacts and key associates. And we feel that we're hoping to find a way to cripple the Don's infrastructure, make him desperate, and make him careless, because he's hard to track down.
That is what I have heard about the man. Even Kemmler himself has rarely interacted with him face to face. And he paid the man.
Yes, there was another business. If you'll excuse me mentioning it in such a holy place, but it was a establishment of the evening, if I may.
A brothel?
Well,
He
yeah,
just flat out says.
yeah, yes, sir. The proprietor of which we heard tell met a very similar sticky end to our dear Mr. Bricksunder. We fear that the Dawn is working through a figure, an orange tiefling, goes by the name of Vermilion. We think it's, and I look. Is there any recognition on his face?
He kind of raises one of his brows, and goes, "The one running for counselor of the Shipwrights Guild. Heard about her."
The very same. And just imagine if the Dawn, with what he can do now, imagine if he had the influence of a counselor, what destruction and mayhem could be wrought upon our fair city.
That is bad. Having a criminal element in some form of control over the city. Well, you know what they say, get your foot in the door.
Indeed. So I mean, I hate to. I mean, officer, tell me if I'm overstepping, but I mean, I think that we are all of the same mind that we must do what we each can to prevent that from happening.
Yes, we're all we're putting a lot of hope on Councilman Barris Thornton to prevail, but at the moment it doesn't look particularly great for him.
Yes, I've heard that Vermilion lady is quite popular among the workers of the Shipwrights Guild. Whereas Thornton himself is seen as more of a what's the terminology? An old fuddy-duddy? Is that how I say it right in common?
I just over exuberantly laugh.
Yes, well, as much as I would love to see some new blood be thrusted into this council, corrupted blood, not so much.
Yes, the Don seems to be taking out his old guard in place for the new. He's been seen with many new associates who reports from the inside tell are extremely dangerous. We feel that one of them was the man who took out Mr. Bricksunder. last evening.
Hmm.
And I mean, luckily, there were people around to chase him off before they could go after you as well.
Well, I am in luck that, and he kind of points to Arco and the witch. He's like, I'm lucky that they were here to assist, as well as that other fellow, the one in plate. I don't know, I don't see him, but hopefully we will soon.
All right, yes, Mr. Tonka. He's quite invaluable.
Right. So then, what's the plan? How do I fall into all of this?
I'm sure that we want to get you on your way. I know you may have many engagements and many adventures ahead of you. I have to admit I'm quite a bit envious, but I will continue as I have to live vicariously through the tales of your exploits.
Oh, please, you're such a flatterer, my lady. But
forgive me.
for now, I am landlocked. I am having some work done on my ship, so it is currently docked for upgrades and some minor repairs.
I would quickly feign a little bit of shock, and I would look to Madcap and say, "Officer, I trust that Mr. Calmorn's ship is being watched, just to prevent any malfeasance." We must have.
It depends. How long do we want him to stay?
We must have a 24-hour guard posted just to be sure.
Fucking hell.
I can think
No,
of.
that's the question though. How long do we need him to stay?
Just till the election's over.
Long enough.
How many days away is
Put
the
a hole
election?
in the bottom of his ship.
Is it about 10 days?
I can have an inquiry made. But so while you are still in the city, your safety is of our utmost concern. But there, I believe my associate, and I kind of mentioned towards the witch, you had thought of perhaps a way you might be able to help us.
Of course. Vermilion is doing quite well at a misinformation campaign, attempting to undermine the great and honorable Councilman Barris Thornton. I'm sure you know of him, Ordok. He's a man of great integrity who for years has devoted himself to the betterment of the Shipwrights Guild, and ensuring that its mission is that of the utmost honor.
He just kind of goes, I don't know about all of that exactly, but I mean, at least he's not in the pocket of a gang lord.
There is that.
Well, so then, what are we going? So then, what is your plan exactly?
If I would say that those of the Shipwrights Guild, of which Tonka is one, a word of yours, a word of endorsement against Vermilion would probably carry such weight that it would possibly swing the results of the election, ensuring not only the safety of the city, but the integrity of the Great Guild.
He's just starting to kind of stroke his his chin area. It's kind of but not kind of back and forth, just kind of front to back because of the scales.
Yes.
Well, I imagine you don't want me to just start running around the streets and saying, I support Barris Thornton for re-election in the streets. That's not a good way to get people motivated, I suppose.
No,
Call me mad.
No, of course. I was thinking that Mr. Thornton would probably know the most surgical, low-key, understated way to leverage your support in a very proper sense. So I was thinking if you would accompany me to a very short meeting under the protection of Officer Ostrich, of course. We could get to the bottom of this Vermilion business and avenge Mr. Bricksunder. And
Solid plan. I like it. When are we expected to meet with Mr. Thornton?
Luckily, I have some pull with the council, and I was able to arrange a meeting at midday this very day, purely out of interest of your valuable time.
Well, you certainly don't waste any time getting to work. I guess that's the benefit of your elven lineage. You don't need to sleep nearly as much as an old drowsy lizard like myself.
Of course, you're too kind, too generous with your praise, sir.
Well, if we are going to meet with a counselor, I'm going to, and he kind of like motions to himself, I'm going to need to be dressed for the part. And unfortunately, I don't have any clothes here.
Of course, if you'd relax, we could just double check your measurements, and I could have something brought to you, the finest, of course.
I mean, if I have the protection of a paladin at my side, I don't think there's a single person that would want to assault me on the streets for a simple errand back to my apartment.
I do.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I imagine traveling in the day with a small accompaniment would most likely be safe. I would recommend perhaps a robe and a hood, just to or well, actually, Justin, how many dragon are? I know that we're part of like the Dragonborn Dominion, but are there a lot of Dragonborn in the city?
There are a lot more than there used to be. It was like a very small native population, but once the revolt happened, a lot of them left. I mean, yeah, there's a decent amount of Dragonborn in the city.
Yeah,
Whether or not they think that's a good thing or a bad thing is up to them.
Would I think that this guy would stick out if he was walking around? Would people pay mind to a blue Dragonborn?
You would definitely draw the eyes because he's a bright color and he's large. He's a big person. But I mean, if he's hooded or he's dressed pretty casually right now, so he probably wouldn't stick out too terribly much if he was hooded.
To say, perhaps a nice cloak with a hood, so you don't quite stand out as much, aren't quite as easily recognizable. That would go a long way to keeping you safe.
Yeah, Arco just kind of perks up. He's like, "I'll be right back," and you hear him run upstairs, and he comes back down with a cloak that is mostly blue with like some kind of silver accents. You can tell it's done with the color scheme of the Bahamut banners, basically. He goes, "This will work." And it's great because it's got Bahamut colors on it. He goes, "And it matches my scales to a point. Well done, my boy." Are you liking just how fucking gullible this guy is?
Not a single deception check, but thank God you didn't make me roll one.
See, here's the thing. Like, I already kind of played it off that he was just for laughs last time, but now I have to stick with it. But, yeah.
We can just go with it's a cultural anomaly.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, it almost made me suspicious. Like, okay, he's going along with it, and we're gonna get there. He's gonna stab me and say, "The Dawn sends his regards, elf." You know what I mean? Fuck!
Nah, I'm not that mean.
I just gave the DM an idea. Shit.
I mean, I've had similar ideas before, but I don't have the balls to implement something like that.
Bitch, I've been banging Vermilion for weeks. You can't pull it over on me.
Yeah, I know. Hey, who knows? I mean, who knows? He may have ordered the hit. What do we know? We just told him our whole plan, who we are.
Oh, great. Now you're second guessing yourself.
No.
We're second guessing. Characters aren't.
Yeah. It's like, no, this is a great plan. It can't possibly fail.
I know.
All right. So he has his cloak and some protection in the form of Arco.
I have a few things to take care of myself. Errands to run, contacts to meet with. But when and where should we meet?
I would indicate the same. I would write down, grabbing a bit of parchment. I would scrawl out the same information I gave to Tonka, and I would hand it to Officer Osric.
I'll take
About
it.
what time in the day is it?
By now it's probably closer to 9, I would say,
Okay.
if not slightly past. Don't worry, Tonka. By now you're at the shipyard, and we'll get to you in a
Oh,
sec.
I'm probably like fucking 3 hours into work.
Yeah, probably.
Human hours. for 3 hours of a human's time.
Yeah. All right.
So it's a well, I believe we have the making of a plan. If you'll excuse me, ma'am, if we could have a quick word.
And you're talking
To the witch, the
Okay,
only man
okay.
in the building.
I point a finger to my chest and mouth the word "me."
Like, give a nod and
Okay.
head towards the door.
Okay.
All right. The Arco and Calamoran exit first, and you can see that they are walking in the direction that you would take to, get to his apartment. Pretty much almost like exactly the same kind of main walkway that you took to get back here.
Well, it just crossed my mind. Do you have a name for me? If we're going to be doing something in any kind of official public capacity, and meeting a councilman, it might help if I knew your name.
I give him sort of a long look, and I just say, "They know me as Lady. They know me as Lady Quen."
Lady Quen. It's nice to meet you, Lady Quen. I wouldn't think it appropriate for me to call you a witch in the presence of a councilman.
No, certainly. I'm beginning to wonder. You remember I told you that there was an imp in my home.
Indeed.
I'm beginning to wonder if my identity is not as secret as I once was.
Yes, I've had concerns of that regard myself.
I'm either up for perhaps some strategic rebranding, or if not that, we should play our hands quickly before we're not able to do so.
Yes, the longer we're causing quite a few waves, and should we earn anything close to the reputation of the owlbear himself, it won't just be the Don we'll be dealing with. We'll have all those other fuckers.
The problem as I see it, when I was in the where'd we go after the casino?
After the casino was so there's the brothel, the casino, and then it was the apartment, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
When was it that somebody saw, I think, Tonka and then recognized me and said, "Wait, weren't you people at the casino?" That was Kemmler, right?
Yeah, that was Kemmler, because
Yeah.
he walked past you guys when he was
Yeah.
leaving with his friends.
That's right. Yeah, I would say to Madcap.
Right.
Yeah. I do have many abilities of the arcane. I think you've seen a few of them. One, I can
Actually, he wouldn't have recognized you, Quen, because you were disguised self at that point, but he did recognize Tonka.
Right. Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I would say I'm able to slip in and out of different societies more or less anonymously, but I feel that some of our companions are more conspicuous, which may draw attention.
I wonder which ones those are.
Yes, they do
I don't know what
talk
you're talking about.
And I'm sure I don't help the situation by painting a big silver axe wherever I go.
But the people must know.
They must know the Madcap was here. But expediency. The quicker we can resolve whatever we can, the better. And if we can take out the Don, well, who knows? Maybe the Pipers are the Harkers next. And God, I don't want to fucking deal with the Slicers.
I wonder if the Slicers support the Dawn, or are they actively against him? Do you know?
What would I know regarding that, Justin?
You would know that the Slicers are one of the more violent gangs.
Yeah, they don't get along with anyone, right?
For the most part, yeah, they pretty much like exclusively operate within the Shade Borough, and as of recent, their activities have gotten so bad that um, the the commandant ordered that all remaining guards within the Shade Borough basically abandon it for now, and that contingent of guards, the White Sashes, their captain was killed in an altercation that kind of sparked that decision.
I say, no, the Slicers, they don't get along with anyone. They're mostly just, I mean, right now, there's pretty much just a perimeter around the Shade Borough just to keep them in. But the guards don't even go in there themselves anymore.
Yeah,
No.
there is some rumors as well. You would definitely remember this as well.
Yeah,
Boba,
people
that
going missing and shit.
going missing. There's some rumors that they probably deal in slave trade, or are some other nefarious means to abduct people.
Black market organs.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Now,
Blood trade.
if the Don's men went in the Shade Borough, they'd meet the same fate as any old schmuck.
Madcap, I've just had a rather brilliant idea.
I'm here to hear it.
What if we could find a way to convince the Slicers that the Dawn was their enemy?
No, the Don is their enemy. And if you want to go try and get a meeting with the Slicers,
Oh, no. I don't have a death wish. I was just thinking, my people have there was a legend of, it's what we call a false banner. What if we were to perhaps track one of the Slicers, get them alone, not kill them unless you're open to it, and I kind of watch his reaction.
smirk and be like, "I'm always open to killing a Slicer." I mean,
Yes, I thought you might be, and then we leave either the marking or the body of one of the Dawn's Johns. We dress someone up in one of their outfits so it looks like the Dawn came into their territory and murdered one of them. I think that would enrage their leadership.
bad idea. I mean, if we can take out, I'd say probably like 7, 8 Slicers in that fashion, that could definitely cause some turmoil.
Pit them against each other.
Let's just start a gang war in the middle of the city. No problem.
I'm not keen on what that would do to the public or the guard that would have to clean it up.
No, I was just thinking if they were to eliminate or weaken each other, it would make the guard's job a bit easier, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much the guards get caught in the middle, which we wouldn't know until it happened.
Where's the Slicer's territory again?
Shadeborough.
Yeah. So I feel like I would probably have a really good idea of like their hideouts or kind of where they go.
I mean, they kind of go all over the place. Like I said, they very much control that place. They effectively have, taken up the position of what the guards would do, except they're not guarding anybody. That's for damn sure. But yeah, hold on, let me just pull you back over to the city map, just so you can see. So pretty much everything, on this side of Jolgri Road, all the way up to the canal, is pretty much their territory. And the Acropolis stands like a good, I don't know, 100, I think 100 feet's a little too much, but a large number of feet above. Like, it's an almost sheer cliff.
Would you just draw would you draw or ping that again? I was scrolled down too far.
It's like this area.
Okay.
So, this area here is kind of like no man's land between them and the Harkers. So these people tend to have it pretty okay. on most days. But yeah, and then the
Okay.
Acropolis itself is like a large number of feet. I don't know if 100 feet's too high or whatnot, but it's basically a sheer cliff that goes all the way up, and then it's walled around the top.
And 30 feet's pretty damn high.
Yeah, but at the same time, 30 feet is much more easily scalable than say like 50 or 70.
Well, yeah, but you still got the walls on top of that, though.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's large, and it's called, and you know, it has to be large enough so that when the sun is at the right angle, it literally casts a shadow on that area. Hence, Shade Burrow.
Oh, Justin, is it fair to say that like that line between the Acropolis and the Shade Burrow, it's kind of like that?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much exactly like a like, you know, the wealthy suburbs versus the
Yeah.
slums in like Karachi or something like that.
Yeah.
The favelas.
I'm just like imagining like someone like growing up in the Shade Burrow, like looking up at those walls all the time, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty
It's
crazy.
like, you know, it's like, you know, elven architecture versus slums. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
either like in awe or just in like jealousy and
Hatred.
anger. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And like, you know, also another worst part is a gate to the heights and midden, like the upper and middle class area, literally right there.
Yep.
And they see canals. The canal is large enough for, you know, smaller fishing and shipping vessels to go from there to the lake.
Right.
So, yeah.
What if? So I would say to Madcap, I'd say so. We can save that for this evening. We can think on it. If you have the chance to ask any of your contacts to get any, intel relevant, certainly try. But we can see tonight if we want to do some reconnaissance in that direction. I think
That's the whole. That's an entire issue of itself. If we want to get anywhere involved with the slicers,
would it be difficult to get a Don's John's outfit, Justin, or is it like a simple thing of just buying jeans and like a red shirt or something? You know.
We've only murdered half of them.
Yeah.
So basically, the Don's Johns, their uniform consists of whatever like clothes they normally have with some nice attire on them. They don't really have like insignias or anything like that. It's not like Crips and Bloods where like one's red, one's blue. They're like, you know, you can tell like the guy looks kind of schlubby, but for some reason he's got a really nice undershirt. You know what I mean? Or like
Sure.
he's got really nice boots or a nice jacket.
Would it be obvious enough to recreate it to a point where the slicers would recognize it?
More than likely, like especially if they're in a group. If it's like one dude, they might think, oh, he just like took, you know, he stole that off of some rich guy or something like that. But if it's a group of people, probably.
Kev's fashion, I don't think that'd be difficult for him to accomplish.
I think if
Probably not.
if like three of us dressed up like that and like we made sure that like we were seen, you know, I think that's the way to go.
You got to make sure you talk like this, eh?
Yay.
Get a bod.
Exactly.
Get over here, you slicer.
I'll order the gabagool.
Ganoush.
One of my favorite like lines in any movie is, "Now yous can't leave." I don't know if anybody's seen A Bronx Tale.
God, probably once a long time ago. I don't know.
It's pretty good. Anyway, okay, so I will hope to see you at the rendezvous coordinates.
I'll be there.
The undisclosed waypoint on the map.
Yes.
All right. Eventually, after about an hour and a half or so, actually, I would say it's probably to get there, have Ordok, you know, do his thing, and however distracted Arco probably gets, I would say they probably meet you at the coordinates. So, by this point, especially. So we'll get back to what you guys do in the meantime. Tonka, when you head to the shipyard,
Mm-hmm.
you find that it is surprisingly lacking in people as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And you see your foreman currently talking to a couple of guardsmen, and he looks and he kind of acknowledges you and just kind of gives you a motion to like kind of stay there. I'll be with you in a moment. Um, so, and then after a few minutes, the guards kind of like, thank you, and they kind of march off. And he goes and like kind of rubs the back of his neck and is like, ugh. To describe the guy, he's a human, bit portly but not like overweight, just kind of like stocky.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he's got like the handlebar mustache that goes into mutton chops, so like no hair on his chin. And he's kind of balding a little bit. He goes, Tonka, right? Um, hey, so did you hear about the shit that went down last night? Uh, and you can kind of see in the background there's some people working on the building that was destroyed by that archer. Well, not that you would know, but the explosion basically that Quen mentioned.
I would simply look over the top of him and go and shake my head. No idea.
Well, that's it right there. So there was some sort of altercation last night, and well, guards are going to be investigating the area, and they want people off the streets. So that unfortunately means this portion of the shipyard is closed down for an undetermined amount of time. But I ain't a cruel man, so because I don't know exactly how long we're going to be down, I'm giving everybody an advance on their pay. But for the next couple of days until either you see people working here again or until somebody sends you a letter, we're kind of well, kind of on hold at the moment. And he kind of, as he's saying that, he's reaching for his pocket and he pulls out a sack of coins and gives it to you. There's about 20 gold in there.
Okay.
So this ought to cover the lost time that we have here. And, considering you're not getting your work done as quickly as we would like, this will just help you get by. And he kind of looks around and goes, not that I think you need it for food or anything, but maybe it'll help you get a hobby.
I look at it and go and say, work must be done.
Well, unfortunately, the guards say work's got to stop for right now, so which is fair. They probably just want to make sure that the traffic is to a minimum. They suspect gang activity, I think.
Um,
Tonka's in like does not compute mode.
he pretty much is. he what is around the area at this point? Like, is there this is basically just construction.
Yeah, so there's like
Area, correct? It's like
yeah,
a
there's like
shipyard.
there's like offices for the different like groups of workers. So they kind of like compartmentalize things like, okay, you guys are going to do this, you guys are going to do this. There's various other buildings for like handling imports and exports. There's the odd warehouse, a couple of residences. It's just kind of a mix of everything in this little area.
Okay.
The shipyard being mostly on the edges, and you're kind of in the interior area where the offices are.
Okay. Um. Yeah, Jesus, you wouldn't know what to do at that point then. No, I take that back. He's gonna go fishing.
Hey, he did say get a hobby, so
Yeah, no, he's actually he's actually proficient in fishing and fishing
okay,
equipment.
okay.
So yeah,
Mr.
he's
Worldwide
going
over
fishing.
here.
Hey, well, he does have like I think it's the fisherman background,
Oh
actually.
yeah, All
He's
right.
got his favorite fishing lure.
All right.
He can tell you
So-
everything about it.
Okay. So let's have you roll a check with that. I have no idea what skill you would add to that.
I believe that would probably be something. I don't know if it would be a dexterity, maybe.
Probably because it's kind of like a timing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like
All
a
right.
fine hand motion timing kind of thing.
Well, we'll roll it. Fuck it. If it'll roll.
And you're proficient with the fishing tools, so your proficiency bonus gets added too.
Correct. So that
14.
would be correct.
Okay. I'll say if you intend to do this for pretty much up until your meeting time, you do manage to catch a few fish. Like, they're not super big or anything. Like, we're talking things that are coastline, so these are usually like prey fish.
Right.
But you do manage to fill a small bucket
Panfish.
with with some, small, like, kind of single serving fish, I guess you could say.
Yeah. All right.
What do you intend to do with them?
I guess he will
Give them
go and.
drugs.
Well, I do have to test my stuff on everybody.
hmm
I think he would just simply go and take them to market
Okay.
at that point. I mean, I
All right.
didn't go all out and use the fucking net that I have, but
Okay.
yeah, I'd say he's probably just going to take them to market.
Okay. So you go into the market. You find one of the fishmongers. Like, you got a pretty good memory. You know where the guys are, like, harking, fresh fish, fresh fish. You go, how much will you give me for these? And he's gonna, for everything you got, he's gonna offer you about 2 silvers.
I am going to try to talk him up to 3.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Give me half a second here. My freaking screen just blew up.
Okay.
Persuasion. There we go.
Okay,
22.
Well, he rolled a 12. So, he goes, yeah, I could probably. He's like, yeah, I could probably upsell those a little bit. 3 it is, and he kind of gives you 3.
I win.
It was a pleasure. There you go. You turn in your bucket of fish for 3 silver. This is peak D&D, my friends.
Hey, I win.
All right, and then by this point, it is just about time for you to meet up with everybody else. So we'll assume you
All
head
right.
that way.
Yes, I would be.
Jake, Pigeon Man,
Yes.
you went home, right? To your new place, right?
Yes. My new
Okay.
place.
They when you arrived last night, they pretty much had like all of your furniture in there, but not put anywhere.
That's coolio. Is there a map where I can move stuff on?
Not as of yet. I have not had time to do that, but I will probably do that this weekend.
I organize them somehow.
Okay. I'll say if you want, at some point, come over and we could probably build it together.
All right, cool.
So
Well,
kind of arrange it.
What do I do now?
I don't know, man. You get your night's sleep, and you wake up. What do you do?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was expecting to be woken up by people, but
Well, you went home and they stayed over there. And they had their things to do. So,
I assumed they were gonna come get me.
oh. Oof.
I'm gonna wait for people.
Okay. So you're just going to stay home and maybe practice
Maybe.
music. Okay. All right. We'll just say you have a nice home day.
They,
Sure. Today sucks. The insulation
Yeah,
in here
man,
is
you're like-
bad.
Yeah, last couple of days, you're kind of sore, man. Like you gotta stretch. Get back in the swing of things.
Madcap. Sorry, I mean, were you done or?
I mean,
Well, because I was going to say, I mean, Madcap, as he leaves the temple, could say, "By the way, do you know how to get in touch with the pigeon?"
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could have. I can retcon it. It's fine. I imagine that would probably have been something that would have at least been thought of to share.
If
Okay.
the characters are much more considerate than the players.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'd say it's not too far of a stretch that before leaving you asked that, and quite gives you the...
Whereabouts is the house on the map here?
It's this one. Oops,
Oh, okay, I got you now.
the pigeon's coop, which I don't know if I spelled that right, but whatever.
COUP.
Oh,
That,
yeah, I did
that's
spell it wrong.
that's okay. Never mind.
That's the other
No,
thing.
it's fine. I could.
Yeah,
I
that's
could
the other.
fix it.
That's the other thing. That thing that almost happened on Wednesday.
Oh,
No, that's a coup. And I believe.
Yeah. Justin spelled coop right. Coop.
oh, I did. Okay.
COUP is coup. Not
Can I
coop.
just make one
I thought
comment
that
about
had
that?
an E at the end, but whatever.
All right. So no, I don't have to change the map. We're good. So yeah. So I guess at some point, Pigeon Man gets a knock on his door.
Probably. I guess. Up to him though.
Oh, I'm thinking that's the car. Never mind. Like I thought that was spelled with an E at the end, but no, not quite.
No, that's the car.
Yep.
So then, Cobra, do you knock on the pigeon's door, or do you do something else?
Well, I just asked if if they know how to get in touch with him. I don't know if like I don't know if he was told how, or if the witch was going to do it, or
I gave you my address.
you tell Madcap. Like Madcap
Yeah.
didn't know. Madcap was unconscious.
That's fair. Ellis, would it be a safe bet that if Osric Madcap asks, like, "Hey, do you know how to get in touch with the Pigeon Man by any chance? Since I fucked off, would it be too much of a stretch to say that she gives him the only method of contact, which was his address?"
Well, Leg, would you have given her the address?
He did.
did.
Yeah, he gave it to you
I
before he left.
did.
Oh, I remember now. Okay,
Yeah, it
yeah.
was the very end of last session.
That's right. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay. All right. Now that we got that squared away,
So, do you want to get him, or should I?
Yes.
I think it'd be more fun if Pigeon Man met Madcap in street clothes.
Sure. All right. So I would so the temple. I would probably go to the plaza first because that's where my errand is.
Right. I was gonna also say, yeah, your two commissions are done. You can pick those up.
Well, then I need the my plan is to have the glass, like people deliver it to the blacksmith, so the blacksmith can knock the glass in the into the.
Okay, yeah, then he would be done with that by now.
So I'd go pick that up.
Okay.
And then I mean, I've lived in the city a long time. Do I know where to find an enchanter?
Yeah, there's a magic shop. There's a couple in the city, but definitely one of the ones that has the best reputation is I have it written down way up on here. It's called Augury and Alchemy. It's in the plaza, and it's owned by a high elf.
I'd stop in there with the axe.
Okay. The high elf is Myri Jarsali, I think is how you pronounce that.
It's your world, man.
Yeah,
That's how the fuck you want.
See, I made up that NPC and this shop like session 2, and we never used it. So I had completely forgotten how I trained myself to pronounce her name. So, anyways, so she sees you walking, she goes, Ah, welcome to All Green Alchemy. How can I help you today?
Well, I have the a request for a special commission. If you're taking those at the moment.
I don't have anything. If you're talking enchanting, I don't have anything currently on my schedule as of current.
Well, I would like something to be done with this, and I'd put the axe on the counter.
Interesting. What sort of things did you want done to it?
I'd like it to be particularly keen. To help with my aim while chopping wood. As make sure that it cuts through well. And also, I was thinking in case I drop it, sometimes it happens, and I kind of make like a throwing motion. That if for some reason it leaves my grip in the course of use, that it returns back immediately.
Right. That's something I think I can get done in a few days, provided you have the coin for it. I think for a job like that, would run you the neighborhood of 500 gold.
Hmm. Hold on, let me real quick. Okay. I think that's an acceptable price.
Very well. She goes and kind of takes some of your information down a little bit. Just like, your name and what exactly it is that you want. Kind of gets it all in writing, official business stuff.
Yeah.
And then just goes, all right. And since I have met you, Mr. Fierceheart, I will contact you via sending spell once it is complete. So if you hear my voice in your head, don't worry, you're not going crazy. It's just me.
That sounds fantastic. Do you down payment or
Upfront.
how? Oh, sure. I give her 4 platinum
Okay.
and 460 gold.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Everything seems to be in order.
actually, wait, 4 platinum.
It's 40 gold.
Yeah. 440 gold and 200 silver.
Okay.
Because I don't need 207, 200 some silver pieces.
Yeah.
I'd like to have some gold on me.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Well, I will notify you when it is done, and you can pick it up as soon as you get that message.
Kick ass.
All right. Yeah. So when time comes, that item you showed me, you can add to your inventory.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay. I guess I might actually. Well, I don't know. Do I want to go clothes shopping? Nah. I have decent enough threads.
Hell yeah.
So I guess I'd go to the pigeon coop.
Pigeon's coop. Okay. So at one point during your early morning, Pigeon Man, you hear a knock on your door.
I go and open it. Who do I see?
You see about 3'1" halfling, very very short hair on the sides, faux hawk, in a heavy like dark gray coat that's pretty nice, and it has like a hood that's down, and pretty nice clothing underneath. Yeah, it looks probably middle aged. I don't know how long do halflings live? Like 200 years.
Something like that. Hold on. You said you're like what, 80 something?
He's 82.
Halflings.
They were like 120.
Middle of second century. So yeah, they can live upwards of like around 250 years. So
Well,
I would say you're not middle aged, but you're definitely like late 30s, maybe early 40s equivalent.
That's middle age.
Oh.
Yeah, well, middle of his or her second century. The second century would be like 150.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, no, never mind. That's my math being that's my public school showing.
Yeah, so like the sides of his hair is like because it's I'm talking like millimeter is how close the sides are. Like they're probably like just starting to show a little bit of gray in those.
Okay.
And do I think based on this person, the whoever opened the door, that like their physique and whatnot, that this is probably the Pigeon Man?
Well, I don't know, Jake. Why don't you describe
So-
a maskless pigeon man?
A maskless pigeon man. You see a green-eyed, about 17-year-old looking male with black hair and a slight tan, almost that of. Best way to describe him is the pigeon man is Turkish.
Okay.
5'8", 135 pounds. You can probably tell that it's him.
Like, you really are just a kid.
And you are?
Who the fuck do you think I am? Should I bring it? Should I
I
whip
know
out
who
an
you are. Come in.
actor?
Hmm?
So this is where you're living?
Literally moved in yesterday.
Recently got a new place myself. Not quite this nice.
I wouldn't really say it's nice. I just got it. I got it for the space.
We've got something of a plan, I think. Figured I'd fill you in.
You tell.
That blue dragon fella, Ordok, he's a pretty trusting guy. He didn't question a single goddamn thing we said. But we've convinced him that his life is in danger. The Don is kind of cleaning house of those who failed him and any of their associates as well. Hence what happened to that poor brothel madam, what happened to Brick Sunder. And we convinced him that he would probably be on the list as well. So he's coming with us. Well, we filled him in that the Vermilion lady is no good, and I guess about midday we're meeting this Councilman Thornton.
Oh.
Yeah, I've met Councilman, but never in a talking capacity, more just greeting and whatnot. Yeah, so we're gonna see what we can do and about Vermilion. Make sure she doesn't win the election.
Probably a good thing.
So the story is I'm an undercover cop, and I'm kind of running, and I guess the operation. I don't fucking know. We didn't get that far into it. I guess all of you are my contacts, and we're trying to rid the city of the Don, which is true enough.
Yeah, that is true. Though, I mean, I don't think the undercover cop story might work too well because we all know that the guard doesn't do shit here. Because I mean, because if they did, I'd be out of a job.
Hence the undercover.
Got it.
You can't prove that I'm not a cop.
Exactly. It's like The Departed. You need the special password on the computer to figure out if I am or not. Said I figured if you wanted to tag along to the meeting, you're part of the group as any of us. And
I just blank space for a sec. What did you say?
if you wanted to come, if you're welcome to come to the meeting as well, you're one of the group.
I have nothing better to do, so. And honestly, this sounds important, so I will absolutely be there.
Well, I give him the. What time is it?
You're meeting midday. I would say after your errands, you probably got about an hour and a half before you have to meet up.
Okay. And how long will it take to get there from the coop?
Pigeon coop? 40 minutes if you power walk.
We should probably head there now.
Go ahead of me just like 5 minutes. I need to clean myself up and make myself look presentable.
Sounds good. I'm Ozric, by the way.
Justinian Nask.
It's a strong name.
Good to meet you, Osric.
It's a strong name for
For sure.
a weak boy.
Noodle arms.
Yeah, well, strength comes in all sizes, whether it be in physical strength on your character sheet or through the words you get to people. Or a knife in the back, but that's not my style.
See you there, kid.
Yep.
See
you there, old man.
Little laugh as he leaves.
All right, so Osric makes his way to the meeting point with Justinian shortly behind.
Yee.
All right, you find the nicest clothes that you can muster up, given your upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was gonna have to make him clothes.
It's fine. He could just go steal some. He's good at that.
Borrow.
All right, and then
Borrowing.
eventually, yeah. Then eventually, Pigeon Man, Justinian makes his way to the meeting point, and I'll say everybody is there. We'll say on the map it's probably somewhere around like here, just in like one of the off streets of the Heights, in a very just unassuming place. Probably residential with like two minor businesses, like a clothes washing place and maybe some other ancillary thing.
Justin, can you describe the guard outfit, like the outfit of the guards?
So the guards themselves wear half plate. So it's hold on. I think I have a token that I can put down that kind of very much.
I'm thinking Osric has his old guard uniform.
See,
Well,
part of me thinks yes, but at the same time you retired, so they might have like taken that back so you couldn't impersonate somebody.
Oh, it's just I just because when I was doing the background, like that says like, as the City Watch background is like you have our uniform.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
but if you're
Okay. I was thinking
retired-
of like the armor, but okay, no, you're talking about like your military uniform, like the dress uniform.
Yeah, just the dress uniform.
Yeah, you would have your dress uniform still.
I don't. Well, see, so I don't want to dress like that, but I was if there's like a piece of that I could just like have like on my person to like so if it's like when we're meeting Thorin to lend credibility to my claim that I am a guard.
I'd say the best thing to probably bring would be the overcoat, like the jacket for it. So you could just kind of put that over you could take your gray jacket off and put that over
What's
it.
that look like?
For you, so what they do is for whatever, section that you were a part of for the most amount of time, or at least your most recent posting, they give you, it's kind of, let's see, basically it's a dark, like navy blue, kind of military coat, that has, accents with the sash color that of your division. So for you would have yours would be like a dark blue with a significantly lighter blue accents, as well as like gold buttons and some kind of um, like those rope thingies. I don't know what those are called. That like you see, huh?
Tassels.
Yeah, you have like some tassels on one shoulder.
That's probably what I would have been wearing when I left.
Yeah, and there'd be a medallion, and on the left side, like where a like breast pocket would be, is the like city guard insignia, with a like little accent thing underneath it that indicates years of service. So basically, these are like made to order when somebody is planning on retiring.
Yeah, so I would probably I just made up the gray cloaks or whatever. That's probably what I was wearing.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like for a uniform, the jacket would definitely be the most identifiable thing because they wouldn't like, a medallion is that'd be something you would wear on your person like a badge basically when you're, in service. This would be just like your formal wear basically. And like outside of the jacket, everything is kind of like, pretty typical suit clothing.
Yeah, so that would like whatever would like lend credibility to my claim without being like super overt.
Yeah, it's subtle enough to where like at a distance people are like, it looks fancy, but then they get up close and they can kind of see, oh, okay, city guard.
All right, cool. All right, so I have that coat on.
Okay. All right. So everybody arrives.
I was gonna say, yeah, I probably would have gone home and just changed into, finery, something appropriate for a meeting of this nature. What's the weather?
It's pretty clear. It's like partially cloudy right now.
Mm-hmm.
You are near you're at a bay near the ocean,
Right.
so the skies are usually going to be pretty clear outside of like rainy weather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly, a very professional outfit, but with the councilwoman's altered jacket.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And I assume then Tonka probably does not don the sailcloth. They're probably just there.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So everybody arrives. Everybody meets each other in their street clothes, effectively for the first time. Arco's a paladin. He lives in his armor. But he goes, okay, I'm going to let you guys do all the fancy talking. I'm going to go wait at the temple. Scream if you need me.
All right.
Not
A really
understanding
loud
that.
scream.
Yeah. Better hope it is.
I would, around us...
Air horn.
Yeah. In the direction of the temple, would there be any kind of like a cafe or a business or anything that I could see?
Well, you're not in view of the temple, but there is
Just in
there's
that
at least
direction.
one. Yeah, there's at least one along the way, along a main, like the main roads, because the main roads are where you're gonna have a lot of those, kind of businesses that benefit greatly from people walking by.
Well, you know what they say, it's hard to make a living on the main road.
Well,
Do they say that though?
Well, Geralt does. So I would point to this establishment, and I would say to Arco, I'd say, before you leave Arco, there's someone in that building who has not heard of Bahamut.
Such a travesty. I'll make sure to stop there and teach them the good word.
I think they're really, really going to be interested.
All right, if you say so. And he runs off in that direction instead.
I just start like snickering at the others.
Ordok just goes, he is an eager one. I'll give him that. Well,
yes.
So,
Hey guys,
mm-hmm.
you know what's gonna happen?
What?
Justin made the character he was supposed to play go away. That means there's gonna be a combat encounter.
Not necessarily.
Oh,
yes, it does.
Justin, I would like to say before we go too far, that I am in my, professional clothing. Probably just like a nice shirt, pants, nice boots, and then I do have that jacket over. But I would have my dagger in like the small of my back hidden, and I would attempt.
As if killing the bard.
Wear tag. Thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. I would definitely have the rapier in a wrapped up very nicely in what looks like a ceremonial holster.
Okay.
So if someone tries to take it away, so be it. But I do have it on my belt.
Okay.
That definitely has an axe.
Okay. Just
I mean,
under your.
You know what I'm
jacket.
describing though? Like it would look very inconspicuous and just part of a normal sort of, it's like wrapped in like a ceremonial fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. Then does Pigeon Man attempt to hide any weapons?
I have a dagger.
Okay. The same dagger.
Yes.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. All right. So you guys make your way into the Acropolis with your invitation tucked in, Gwen.
Yes, indeed.
Make your way up to the... getting up close to the walls of the Acropolis, it's a very stark contrast to a lot of the walls throughout the rest of the city, whereas those are definitely like weathered and they've seen the test of time and the of the coast. The walls of the Acropolis are very well maintained, with beautiful kind of elven inscriptions that you can see along some of the ramparts and everything like that. Very shiny, almost marble in their appearance and texture. With the actual Acropolis itself just barely visible from the sort of angle that you're at, cresting over the walls themselves. At the front gate, which is currently closed, you see 4 guards, 2 on each side, sort of standing there with pikes at the ready, just sort of, on the ground, vertically. And one of them, as you're approaching, holds up his hand and says, "Have you passage into the Acropolis?"
Lady Quen would bow and say, "Of course, good day, sir. The Lady Quenthrith Cohen Green and Thalasil Dalen, here to see Sir Barris Thornton." And I would hold out my invitation.
All right, he takes a look, and notably, you can see on these guards, their sashes are like a violet color. These are the guards for the heights, as well as the Acropolis. And these no, the ones that. So, spoiler alert: there are different color sashes in the Acropolis itself, which we'll get to. But these guys just hold the gate basically, and he kind of reads over it. "Very well. Wait a moment as we open the gate and acquire your escort."
Oh, thank you so much.
I assume the rest of these in your entourage are expected as well?
Yes, I'm sure you know our esteemed guest, Sir Ordok Calamorn. I'm sure he needs no introduction.
Or does he?
I don't know if you can hear me rolling my dice, but
yeah, I thought you were either like pounding your fist or rolling dice. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, well, I have a card table set up next to me that has like my work computer and its docking station on it.
Yes.
And I have my dice roller over here. So I thought that would make it a little less loud now that I'm not rolling it on my desk where my mic stand is.
I saw the coolest thing online. Did any of you folks see that like dagger and you take it out of the sheath and it's got the dice in the blade? It's like all weird.
Yep.
So cool.
So yeah, it's a 3D print.
Yeah, I want that really bad.
Dude, for Christmas, my buddy Ted, I don't know if I said it, he made me a dice rack, like to put up on the wall, and it has like 3 rows to like set like and like properly like sized and cut out like holes to properly hold each side like size of the die.
Damn.
That's pretty cool.
Post a pic later this week if you have time.
put it up
The,
again. 'Cause I'm familiar with it.
the two guards that you're closely interacting with on your right are kind of like they both look at each other, and you can kind of see out of the corner of your eye the other the other two on the left are kind of like they both look at each other, and there's like a look of recognition in their eyes. Um, and as Ordok is kind of like flanked by all of you guys, he goes, "I'm sure somebody has."
Yes.
And he kind of shouts up, "Open the gate! Send a runner!" And you can hear from the top the kind of creaking of of a pulley with chains on it as the gate itself parts open and opens inward. Um,
Hmm.
they have you stay there for a moment, and you can see that there is a more lightly armored guard, but he is wearing a golden sash, like it is all gold, like silk almost. Is running across, the not the foyer, that's on the inside, the courtyard here.
Yeah.
Which you can see is, very well paved, not like the rough cobblestone you're used to seeing, but very well paved, flat walkways, nicely trimmed bushes and flower gardens and everything like that. There's a fountain off to the side, just, lavish, beautiful place. And with the Acropolis itself in full view, you can see it is an almost entirely like marble building, um, with like um, domed roofs and everything like that. Like kind of think like a mix of what you would typically see with like Elven architecture, like Rivendell, and kind of like peak classical Roman architecture. Just that kind of that mix.
Mm-hmm.
Um, eventually, you see a lightly dressed, finely dressed, but kind of, obviously not a guard, half elf with kind of bifocals, kind of resting at his nose. And he says, "Well, welcome, Lady Cohen Green and company. Follow me." Uh,
We would. I would begin to follow.
okay. You follow him through the courtyard leading to the main entrance of the Acropolis, where two guards sitting there, golden sashes, go and push the front doors open, and you go into this large, open, you know, foyer, like the lobby, basically, and it is wall to wall marble and pillars, and with a large staircase that goes up and splits halfway across that leads up to the different levels, or to the second level on either side. And you can see that there are a few more guards that are inside that seem to be waiting for you as they come with you. As you walk up the stairs, turning to the left, and are headed down a longer hallway. You can see along the walls of this hallway paintings of counselors past, as well as the occasional bust as well of marquees of past as well. So you can see, like, okay, this is the marquee from this year to this year. This was this counselor. They served this long for this position, yada, yada, yada. Um, and eventually, um, the guards eventually stop at one point, basically at the door that you guys eventually get to, or the door before the one that you guys get to, which isn't too terribly far away, but seemingly just to, you know, keep an arm's length, but a close eye. And the attendant goes and opens the door, and as it opens the door, you can then start to hear that it seems you're interrupting a conversation as they one of the men inside is laughing, uh, and you can see a look of surprise on the attendant's face as he says, Oh, my apologies, Counselor. I was unaware that your previous meeting had gone on long. And you can see sitting at the desk directly ahead of you is. For those of you who have met Barris Thornton in person, you very much do recognize him sitting at his desk. He is a. Let's see. He's a human, mid to early 50s, approximately. He's got blonde hair that is nicely well kept. Not definitely like on the shorter side, but not thinning, but not like it in the doesn't look like it's thinning yet. Um, and he has a short, full beard. That is also well trimmed. He has brown eyes, and just he has the look of a proper nobleman. And sitting in one of the chairs um, in front of his desk, you only see the back of the head for a moment, and then as they turn around, you see another human, late 40s, so a little bit younger, slightly more weathered looking face, um, of a person that not not like that. Um,
Oh,
yeah, a little less schlubby. Um, see a man who, well, for lack of a better description, looks a bit like an older Ethan Hawke. And that man looks to the rest of you and says, "Ah, it appears we have lost track of time catching up, Thornton. I won't keep you any longer." Um, and he stands up and looks and goes, "Apologies for running in. Counselor Tarkov."
he's talking to Counselor Tarkov.
Yeah, he was talking to Tarkov, it seems, before your meeting, and he's looking to the rest of your group and just kind of gives like a slight bow uh, as he looks to all of you.
I try to absolutely avoid eye contact and turn my head in a very polite way.
I'd give a
Don't,
salute.
don't be so shy. Well, I'll let you get to it. I won't try to butt in or anything like that. But I have things I must attend to as well. And
Real,
hmm?
let's see, real quick, Tarkov. What color is his skin? You said, what color is his skin?
He's like kind of pale with like he's white, but he's got like a slight tan to him. He lives coastal, so
And what color is his hair?
hair's black with it's like salt and pepper at um the sideburns.
Okay, and how long in his hair is his hair?
It's swept back and it goes about like the nape of his neck.
Just looking at him, is there any chance this is the archer from the night before?
No, the archer had white hair that you could remember, and his skin is not nearly tan enough. He's also built a little differently. That archer you could tell was definitely very dexterous, lithe, like an athletic, but like not buff physique. He's got some pretty broad shoulders. Like he looks like a man who lifts in his spare time.
All right, cool.
Okay. So he goes to try and kind of scoot past the rest of you as the attendant just kind of like, not necessarily like avoids eye contact, but is just like being respectful.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get the fuck out of his way, like very quickly.
Yeah. Seems pleasant enough. Like he's got a smile and everything, but
Yeah.
kind of pushes past everybody. You see him walk down the hall. The attendant goes and says, "Apologies, Mr. Thornton. Had I known that they would be bringing such an entourage, I would have grabbed you a few more chairs." He goes, "It's no problem. If it becomes an issue, I will let you know." He goes, "Of course." Um, and the attendant walks out and leaves you guys inside, closes the door behind you. There's about 3 chairs in here.
How many?
3.
Okay, I would stand close to the door.
Okay.
I would take one of the chairs, but before doing so, say, Councilman, allow me to thank you for your time today. I know you're very busy. I can only imagine the demands on your schedule are tremendous.
Speaking to Tarkov.
I thought we were talking to Thornton.
Oh, it's Thornton. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought you said like down the hall. I'm tired.
Oh,
Sorry.
No.
Oh, it's no problem. I set aside time specifically for this. I'm quite intrigued to hear what you have to say.
Justin, would you just remind me, what did I say in the letter again?
Basically, that you have information on that Vermilion's dirty.
Sure.
Out of the sake of, safety, you didn't put any of your suspicions in there. You were just like, I have some dirt on her. I think we could probably talk. When's a good time? Very much like to meet you, basically.
Yes. And would the proper title be?
And I rolled behind the background to see how quickly he would take the bait.
Yeah.
And I rolled pretty good.
Great.
So.
And is the proper title counselor or councilman?
Are you asking him or are you just asking me?
I'm asking you, sorry.
Either or is fine. Counselor is, gender neutral, just
Sure.
like, your counselor, councilman, councilwoman.
Yeah.
Nobody's really super, perturbed by either one. Whatever you think works best grammatically.
Counselor, before I introduce my esteemed guest, I'd like to congratulate you.
On what, may I ask?
Your inevitable re-election, of course.
Well, that remains to be seen, but hopefully we can, seal the deal, as it were, with what we are discussing today.
Oh, I don't know if you know my reputation. I am something of a fortune teller, and I would not need a crystal ball to see your fortunes are indeed turning the way that you'd like them to.
Don't take this the wrong way, my lady, but I've never been one to believe much in superstition.
Well,
I tend to take things as they are, deal with facts.
Of course. I have a fact. I'd like to introduce one, Ordok Kelmorn. I don't know if the reputation precedes him. The famed explorer.
I am aware. I had heard that you had made your way to our port. To what do we owe the pleasure? Just wanted to return home, I suppose. That, and I needed a little bit of work done on my ship, and as well as go over my most recent findings and bring them to the academy for official dispensation, as it were.
May I please roll insight just to get a feel if either one of them is being less than
To see if they're bullshitting you?
forthright? Yes.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
See if there's anything
If
between
anybody
them.
else wants to jump in on that, feel free.
All right, that's a 13.
Okay.
I would like this whole time I'll pretty much be sizing up the councilman.
Yeah.
What's your passive insight then?
15.
15? Okay. Anybody else want to make a roll?
I don't plan on like being too involved in the meetings. So, like that's just my main focus.
Okay. You'll talk when asked, basically. Okay. All right.
To that point, I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'll get back.
Okay, go ahead. As of right now, Quen, it seems like they're exchanging pleasantries and are being as honest as, well, at the very least, Thornton is being as honest as would be demanded of him of society.
Sure.
Whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's just this is how nobles talk, basically.
Sure.
Calamorn, though, you've interacted with him enough. You can definitely see he's being very genuine.
Oh,
Seems
good.
like a very much an open book to a fault.
Yeah, he's not like, he doesn't have his hand on a dagger about to slip it into my ribs.
Yeah, no, he's a well-traveled himbo.
Yes. Excellent. So, I'll cut right to it. I know that you're extremely busy. It's no secret, I'm sure, to someone in the know as you, counselor, that you're running your opponent Vermilion has some rather unsavory acquaintances, and Mr. Calamorn and I, if I may, feel that if these relationships were allowed to proceed unchecked into a position of such power as the counselor representing the Shipwrights Guild, the results would be very, very unfortunate for our city, and we're dedicated to preventing it any way we can.
All right, well, that brings me to a question first. I understand who you are, pointing to you, Quen, and I understand who you are. The rest of you, I'm not sure. I was expecting at least a +1, but not +4.
Yes.
So if you would all be so kind as to introduce yourselves.
I would say yes, indeed. I believe introductions are in order. There has been some of the unsavory types surrounding this Vermilion have made an attempt on Mr. Calamorn's life, and this is merely some private security that I've secured to ensure his safety.
Is the security of the Acropolis not enough?
Of course, of course. While we're here, of course, forgive me. It's just that as we're making our way through town, we just wanted to ensure that there was no additional incidents of danger.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
That's not untrue. But
As I'm making the persuasion, the pigeon just slips a hand on my shoulder.
can't, not unless he said something.
All right, that is a 12.
Sure. And their names? I see we have a young man, a grizzled veteran by the looks of it. And
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah.
So Osric would pretty much say, with respect, Sir Councilman, I am technically not here, and just kind of give like a knowing like look.
He goes and kind of like sizes you up and kind of sees the insignia on your jacket. Ah, I see. Very well. Then what of you, young man, looking to Justinian?
You can call me Nask. I know. I could use the extra cash that I was offered.
A man of easily bought loyalties. And you, Metal Man?
T0NK4. I work for you.
Interesting. Well, Lady Cohen Green, you certainly have the gaggle of interesting characters.
Yes, and I appreciate your indulging our over exuberant protective measures. You see, I believe you're familiar, and I hate to sully these great halls by speaking his name, but I'm sure you're familiar with the leader of the Don's Johns.
Fat Tusk.
Yes.
Unfortunately so.
Yes.
He's a plague upon this city.
He is indeed, and I rather would like to suggest that our alliance could rather be the cure.
How so? The Don is a powerful man by the sounds of it.
He is, but I feel as though he could be short on friends. He appears to have resorted to murdering several of his business associates. There was the owner of, and I would say the name of the brothel, as well as one Kemmler Bricksunder, the proprietor of this local casino. Both murdered in the last 2 days.
When you say Bricksunder, you can kind of see like a small bead of sweat drip off of his brow.
Okay. And of course, this is where I'm just scrolling up and down so fast. This is where Mr. Ordok comes into play. He was enjoying a very pleasant, perfectly legal evening with Mr. Bricksunder when this assassin killed Mr. Bricksunder in his own room, where he was staying along North Betast, and we were able, through a twist of fate, to get Mr. Calamorn to safety very, very, very quickly, explaining to him this Vermilion business. I believe, and I'll let him speak for himself, but I believe he understands the vital importance of your winning re-election so that Vermilion does not take control of the guild.
Ordok begins to speak. Says, "Yes, Counselor. Well, my good late friend Kemmler was involved in some unsavory types. He handled his personal affairs with the utmost decency. And it is a shame to see that his dealings brought him to such an untimely end. But out of respect for my friend, regardless of what his professional life, regardless of what twists his professional life had taken, it is evidence enough that nobody in this city is safe, regardless of who your friends really are. And I think it is high time that the Don and all of his ilk are dealt with swiftly."
Can I, just with my passive insight, get a read on Orlok, if he seems to be putting on a show, or if he seems to be telling
He seems to be genuine.
Okay, great.
You get the sense that, he's an older Dragonborn, and in my setting, Dragonborn do actually live longer. Like, they live similar lifespans to Tieflings, maybe a little bit longer.
Sure.
So he would have known. It seems like he definitely did know Kemmler for a while, from his perspective, and is very. He's he was his friend, and he likes the city. He says he's a native, so he has a lot of fondness for this place.
Great.
He's being very genuine.
Good. So, Counselor, I suggest, if I may, a two-pronged approach to this Vermilion business, and forgive me for being so bold and upfront. I just know that time is of the essence.
Well, if people are being assassinated left and right, then yes, I would assume so.
Yes, I'm thinking that, of course, you've met our associate, Gesturing Tatanka, who can attest that the other folks working down in the Dockside District would respect an endorsement from Ordok. Mr. Calamorn, I believe, is prepared not to publicly run through the streets, but to do we were hoping for your political acumen to surgically use his influence in a way that could undermine Vermilion's empty promises.
That is an interesting point. Mr. Ordok here is famous among the people of the docks. An endorsement from him would go a long way, but it will not. But this close to the election, I don't know if that will be enough to sway enough people at this rate. The character of Lady Vermilion, and when he says "lady," you can see that there is some disdain in his voice as he associates that word with her. There needs to be something more than just a celebrity endorsement is what will be needed to ensure my victory. And in your letter, you said you had some evidence of her wrongdoing. Specifically, what are you referring to, and how did you come about it?
Yes, of course. Just through pure altruistic intentions, we, gesturing to the group, were able to uncover that it is Vermilion assisting the Dawn and as I say this, I say it with some venom. Bringing in this substance into our fine city, this red ash, I believe you've heard of it.
Crimson Ash, yes.
Yes, the
Foul
crimson ash.
business, that.
Yes, it is indeed. So we believe that her association with the Dawn would normally be enough evidence, but we've also found that the Dawn is trying to slander you with false gambling debts, trying to make it sound as though he may be able to slander your character. So, of course, we would like to put a stop to that as well.
Yes, no doubt these assaults on my character have certainly muddied the waters as far as my public reception. That's starting to make a lot of sense. She has been making a lot of promises of tightening or of loosening importing and exporting regulations to ease up on the strain on the work cycle of the dock workers. Now it all makes sense. Hold on. Sorry, I had to go throw a toy at my cat so she'd shut up. She's just like sitting there. She's not even looking at me. She's just underneath my card table and just meowing for no reason. Anyways, so, where was I? Oh yeah. Actually, I don't remember. Oh yeah. He says, yes, if she's promising things like that, no wonder she'd be popular with the dock workers. In addition to that, if she were able to get that passed, Dawn would be able to bring in even more of this foul substance into our city.
While we're talking, I'm going to begin weaving in to the conversation words of terror.
That's an interesting choice. Okay.
So over the next minute, as we're discussing it, I'm going to start kind of weaving in.
Does he have to make a save for that?
It is, yes. It is a DC 14. Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay. I will let you know in a little bit, since I'll say you were kind of doing that a little bit after the introduction, so you've got a little bit more time on that.
Sure,
process.
and just if he did save, he does not know that I'm trying to do something.
Okay.
Which is the best goddamn part.
Yeah, that's like, oh yeah, this charm spell makes this person effectively your slave, but they know you did it to them when it's done.
Well, that's the thing. So it's like charm person and friends are like kind of useless unless it's a bad guy who you're going to kill anyway, you know?
Yeah. It's like that's like if you're trying to be that social deception kind of person, you kind of have to, be an enchanter wizard.
Yeah.
Anyways,
okay, so you'll tell me later if it works, but the person that I'm going to, because it doesn't have to be me, I can make them afraid of someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Counselor, there is one other person who I am concerned about as we unfold our plan. There's one factor that I would love your thoughts on, just to ensure that we're able to accomplish what we set out to do.
And that being?
Counselor Tarkov. What, Mr. Bricksunder had some peculiar opinions of him. I know him to be a fine, upstanding counselor. He's very well respected, but the mere mention of his name seemed to put dear Kemmler into a panic, and I just can't understand why.
Counselor Tarkov has a bit of a two-face is the wrong term, but he has there is a duality to that man. He's both a shrewd, cunning, and politician, and an intimidating person to be around, but a lot of times he's quite pleasant. Genuinely seems to care about the people around him, and I can tell from the few short years I have worked with him that he does care deeply for the um, the people he represents, that being the Gelt Mining Company.
Of course, in the times that I've come across him and some of his staff, of course, it seems to be the most pleasant man, which is why Mr. Bricksunder's reaction was so puzzling to me. And I'm just kind of like, I'm maintaining sort of like an uneasy eye contact with
Mm-hmm.
Thornton.
I'll say by now you can tell that the words of terror did not take hold.
Okay.
I rolled a 15 on the die, so that's before any of his bonuses.
Okay. It's worth a shot.
So, hey, yeah, worth a shot. Just says, well, I mean, I don't know what Tarkov gets up to in his personal life. If he has come across this Kemmler Bricksunder before, it's not my place to say.
Of course.
But I know that he is, well, as I said, he can be intimidating when he wants to be.
So if we were to ensure that Vermilion was to, say, withdraw her candidacy, I assume that would be worth something to you, Counselor.
Absolutely, it would be worth everything for me. Another 5 years of this. Well, might be it'd be the only 5. It'd be the last 5 years I get, but well,
and
I very much enjoy this life.
In those 5 years, just think of the good we could do for not only the guild but the city of Marduk.
Exactly.
So my proposal is that I will of course cover the expenses of Mr. Ordok as well as the security, so just to ensure his safety as he moves about spreading your good word.
Well, if you're going to, how are you going to be doing that? If you are going to also be investigating and attempting to dismantle Vermilion's perfect image.
You leave that to me, or excuse me, you leave that to us. But I'm just wondering. I'm not the most ambitious person, but I imagine that we could discuss perhaps a position for me that would allow me to help you keep the city in order and do good.
And there it is. I knew you weren't going to give this up for free.
Well, I mean,
nobody is that altruistic in this city.
It's just a matter of doing the best that we all can for Marduk.
Right. What sort of position were you thinking, Lady Cohen Green?
Now, Justin, we talked a little bit offline. Does he have like a cabinet or anything?
I mean, he has, aides and assistants and stuff like that, but they're, you can kind of think of them as like medieval interns, basically. The counselors themselves do a lot of like work on their own. They just have people to, handle the mundane stuff and just kind of keep them working, basically.
Okay.
But the endorsement of a counselor can go a long way to elevating one's status or other things like that. Because when it comes to nobility stuff, that the appointments and demoting and promoting of certain statuses within the city is usually handled by the Marquis,
of course,
who is chosen by the council.
I would say, Counselor, just purely your friendship would be a reward enough. One that I would dare say I don't know that I would deserve, but if you were to offer it, I would graciously accept.
Depending on who you ask, I don't know how much my friendship is worth.
I think after we deal with this Vermilion business, it'll be worth more than you give yourself credit for.
Perhaps. Just don't talk to my ex-wife.
One problem at a time, Mr. Thorne.
Right.
So, what kind of evidence do we have on Vermilion at the moment? Because I don't know if I can go back through everything, but we have some notes that we took some notes from somewhere that specifically lists her, doesn't it?
It was the first ledger you stole.
Yeah, from the warehouse, right?
The one that Quen took, that presumably the imp was looking for.
Yeah, so we can bring that up. So just because the idea is now, Ordok is going to start doing his thing, but we need to find specific evidence on for a million, right?
That seems to be what he's implying. He can work Ordok into maybe some sort of event or something that he can organize quickly to kind of get people on his side. And then in the meantime, you would have to do something about her.
So after Thornton and Quinn, like when there's a little break in like they're flirting, Osric would speak up and be like, Councilman, sir, what specific evidence would you require from us to properly tarnish the good lady's name?
Well, a couple of things can come to mind. A reputable testimony, perhaps some written correspondence between her and associates of the Don or the Don himself, or some proof of gold exchanging hands into her pockets.
At this, Osric would just nod and go back to being silent.
Okay.
And just out of character, like I'm trying to not make this the Ellis show. So I'm sorry that I'm just like
That's
talking.
fine.
You're God.
No, I know, but I would. Yeah.
Okay, one, it's your job, and two, I had 2 episodes in a row. It's fine.
Okay, yeah.
That's fair. When it comes to scouting, it's the Leg and Cobra show. So
Well, that's also why I'm really glad everyone's here. That's why I was trying to bring Vorm into it. So I'm like, at least it's not just, you know what I mean, like me having a solo meeting for an hour. You know, like at least there'll be someone else there.
yeah, at least makes it a bit more interesting than what I was figuring was going to happen.
Yeah. Great. So, as the more simpler matter for Mr. Ordok, I mean, certainly he is in town. He's having his ship repaired, as I'm sure you know, for a few more days. How can we best leverage his contribution to assure the good guild members of the Shipwrights Guild that their interests lie in your reelection?
They both kind of eye each other for a moment. And Ordok says, "Well, Counselor, you heard about the nasty business that happened last night with Kamler's assassination, but are you aware of the explosion, apparently, that happened in the north side area?" He says, "I had heard about that, but I don't get much outside of the Heights district too much these past few years." He says, "Well, there was some accident of some sort, or perhaps it was related. I'm not entirely sure what the connection is, but so much so that it has disrupted a lot of what is going on around there. Part of the shipyard has closed down, and I think the workers there could use a good morale boost, perhaps some show of good faith that you have their best interests at heart. And perhaps I can make an appearance to make a public um, endorsement, and, be the face for the people. It might be enough."
It certainly couldn't hurt.
That's a start. Have to make it more than a one-off thing, I think. Definitely be something we'd have to work at pretty much right up until the election goes, just to make sure the efficacy of it. Of course. I had not planned on leaving port for quite some time. Spent a lot of time at sea. Need to learn how to walk on land again.
Is Tonka fairly well respected among the other dock workers, or do they look down on him?
Some people give him a wide berth because robot man, but other people are like, I mean, hey, if you need shit lifted, he's your guy. You need him to bend things or hold something in place like a girder. He's the guy to go to, and he's pretty good at high precision stuff too. So I would say most people you ask would be like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird, but definitely one of the best people that we have.
He's a sawzall who can go and weld and char.
He's a portable shop. He's a portable shop class tool set.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I could bend a girder at any angle. 30 degrees, 32 degrees, you name it, 31. Oh my god.
I was. Oh.
What I'm thinking is, and Mr. Thornton, I've studied most of your positions. I'm wondering, is there something that we could ask our friend Tonka to reiterate to some of the folks with boots on the ground down by the docks, so to speak, where he could remind them of one position that distinguishes you from Vermilion? Something I know she's been advocating for overtime and different benefits. Is there a way that we can counter that, or and I just kind of trail off as if I'm deep in thought, trying to come up with something.
Well, my position stands firm that we are attempting that things must stay the way they are, or additional regulations need to be put in place. But if we work it around as to make it for the good of everyone involved in this city, that there are nefarious things at play, that loosening such restrictions might make things worse for yourself and your neighbor. We could work something out.
Oh, some good old fashioned fear mongering. I think they might just eat it up.
Let's hope.
As I say this, I'm a little too happy, and I kind of look at the others and quickly kind of try not to appear to be enjoying the situation too much. What do you say, Tonka? Did you think you're up for it?
Shipyard's closed. No one to talk to.
I don't mean today.
When we organize the event, you're not a hard man to pin down by the looks of it, just kind of eyeballing your color scheme. Besides, this will take some time to organize. Let people, can't just do it immediately. You have to let people know so people can prepare for it.
Tonka kind of shrugs, I guess. He's not really a socialite, I guess. So, I mean, when he's there, he's there to work. He doesn't chit chat. So he just kind of shrugs and goes and says whatever work needs done.
Ordok goes, that's the spirit. Work doesn't always have to be the physical kind. Sometimes it can be the talking kind. All people need to know is that you're here and on your side. You have their best interests at heart. Isn't that right, Counselor? Yes, of course. So, is that all that we needed to discuss, or do you have any other ideas?
We will be in touch regarding any evidence. I believe we already have some evidence, but we'll bring what we have to you. Is that a good idea?
Well,
or is
I know that if you send an official correspondence, that I should take it seriously. So, do the same as you did before, and I will ensure that you are notified.
Does he have a pen and paper on his desk?
Yeah, he has scrap pieces of paper and a inkwell and quill and everything.
Tonka would step forward and just take up the pen and just start copying down everything in its proper handwriting on a sheet of paper.
Okay. So just all the things that have been discussed.
Everything that all of the paperwork that he's gone and scanned.
Okay.
He would basically just start scrawling it out in its original handwriting.
Okay.
As they're going and talking and saying, if you find anything, he just goes and starts kind of scrawling it all out.
So as far as the things that Tonka has had,
everything that is in you may not be able to see it. I don't know if I that unlocked for everyone. But all of the Tonka's data bank. Is that unlocked for everyone?
I don't think so. If it's a different channel, the only things I see are OOC and game info.
Yeah, I think I've got it hidden just so that I can see it and whatnot. Give me half a second here and I'll unlock it.
Okay, because I also want to see what you have written down too. So
It should be fine now.
There you go.
okay, Madam Forbed's journal. Okay.
Justin, do we know? I remember what Nadine Ravencrown said. Do we know that Thornton is involved with the Crimson Ash, or we're not sure?
You're not sure, at least not specifically him.
Okay.
But she did say that, she did allude to the fact that there might be people high up or possibly within the council itself that might already be in on something. Again, she's pretty like vague, but definitely very dodgy about it. So, okay, so you gotta go and start copying things down. He's like, at first, Thornton looks very offended, but then he starts seeing that you're like writing journal entries down. He's like, oh, and then he gets it. Quite interesting. He's a metal man of many talents, it seems. Both a skilled carpenter, shipwright, as well as, well, an excellent scribe. I'll say that takes you a good few minutes to do, because that is a lot of writing.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That and it's all perfect photocopy, basically.
Keen mind. Hell yeah. All right. This is, once you're done, he's like, this is quite interesting. Not a lot of it alludes to Vermilion's involvement, but this at the very least shows that Dawn is toying with dangerous things by the sounds of it.
Lady Quinn, you had a ledger, if I recall, that did specifically implicate Vermilion.
Oh, yes, quite.
And where is this ledger? Did you not bring it?
Did I? Let me think.
You never said that you did.
I remember I wasn't leaving it at my house.
It's a big thing to carry around, though.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to think back. So I took it and we took it to the guy who I like the snake. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, hostile.
Yeah.
Scale.
And then after that,
Yeah, he knows the specific, like, John's variant of thieves' cant, so he was able to find some interesting stuff in that.
yeah. I mean, would you say that it's probably stashed at the temple? Because that's where we keep going. If I don't know, because I don't think I would have left it at my
The
house.
last thing I remember you doing with it was moving its hiding spot within your apartment.
Okay, that's
or
fine.
within your house.
Yes, I'll say with all the activity lately, of course, I must be very careful that it not fall into the wrong hands. Of course, there's many of your enemies, Counselor, would love to see it destroyed. So it's in a very safe place.
Interesting. Well, depending on the validity of this information in there, can't go off of one single piece of evidence, so you might as well get as much as you can beforehand. Bring that to the table along with everything else.
Of course.
And he's saying that as he's kind of like reading over like some of the things that Tonka has, like the pages that he's finished. So he's like, it's not like he's not paying attention, but it's like he's talking but not, facing.
He's half paying attention, half reading, and
yeah. But you get the sense that he's probably used to doing that sort of stuff, so he is actually picking up everything you're putting down. Busy man doing paperwork. This is most distressing if he's engaged in illegal prostitution, illegal gambling, drug trade. Very serious stuff, by the looks of it.
I would kind of sigh and sort of. I'm sitting in the chair and I would kind of lean over towards the desk conspiratorially, and I would attempt to persuade him. Okay. To I would say, Counselor, the events of last night underscore the fact that it's very difficult to know who to trust. Are you sure there's nothing about Counselor Tarkov that we should know?
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah. There it is. It's a 19.
Okay. So he just goes and says, "Why are you so keen on Mr. Tarkov?"
I heard from a reputable source that the Dawn is a shrewd man, and that he is hedging his bets that if Vermilion cannot be counted on to conduct the business that the Dawn needs her to, that he has other ways of getting it done, perhaps within these walls. And I'm just trying to make sure we know who we can trust.
Is this the same reputable source that was assassinated last night?
No, actually. And just I don't say this in, but I'm talking about Ravencrown.
Okay.
But I don't let him know that.
Yeah, fair. It says, Councilman Tarkov is many things. A danger to the city, I do not think so. If that is your concern. He may not be the most sociable at times, but he at least knows how to play the part and get things done.
If he has your trust, then of course that's good enough for me, sir.
No. I helped him out quite a while ago before I was a counselor. It's due in part to my influence that he was able to get his family's fortune back after it was so unceremoniously stolen from them.
Oh, a tragedy, that.
The man's lived a hard life because of it. He has quite a bit of sympathy from me. So, if that concludes our business here, I will go over this, and I will look forward to any and all additional information that you can bring me. But be quick about it. We don't have much time.
How long is the election? Is it 10 days?
By this point, yeah, 10 days probably.
Okay.
And then there was also the note about the meetup, which I think by now is probably like 5 or 4 days. The one that you found at Kempler's office.
Oh, yeah, that's right, too.
Although, with him dead, who knows if that might change.
Right.
Ooh.
We'll wait to hear from you about the event, and we'll ensure that Mr. Calamorn is kept very safe and comfortable until you call upon us.
Well, should you need to leave him somewhat unguarded, send him to drop him off at the Acropolis. There are guest rooms available, and with the gold sashes here, I think he would, and the walls, I think he would be adequately protected, if that is your concern.
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead.
9.
Oh, hold on, let me roll. Holy fuck, I got a 9 too.
Oh.
Okay.
Tiebreaker.
All right, yeah, tiebreaker. Ellis, high or low?
Low.
Roll d6 for me.
Okay.
If it's 3 or 1 to 3, technically you win.
Ooh.
Okay. So you get the sense that he is being honest. He genuinely does think that this, behind these walls and with the gold sashes, that you are safe, so long as you do not have any ill intention of your own.
course. Excellent. Yes.
But specifically, it's not that you're not reading him and that's what you think. You can tell by the cadence of his voice, the way he's looking at you and everything like that. He genuinely believes that.
Okay.
So the judge's not saying he is safe there. Just the councilman thinks he's safe there.
Well, again, you're insight checking him, so
I know. I'm just
perspective.
Great. Yes, Counselor. I believe we've taken up a lot of your time, and I would look to the group just to see if any of them had any statements or questions.
Tonka doesn't.
Jake?
I don't.
Okay.
Just really quick, Tonka, as a dock worker, is there anything that you would want to like ask for, or your working conditions? Anything that you've heard from other folks that would ensure their vote? Something that they're complaining about, perhaps, or anything?
Tonka wouldn't have anything from the others. The only thing he would have would be that he wants to get back to work and tell him to let him get back to work.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Workaholic.
Quinn,
yeah, but it's my function.
Quinn would stand and give a very deep bow and hold out her hand.
He goes and shakes it. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership.
I am dedicated to your success, Counselor.
Right, well, I have things to take care of, especially now that you've given me a lot more to work on, so let the attendant know, and they will escort you out.
I move to exit quickly.
Okay. With everybody exiting very quickly.
I'd give like a half salute and say, "Thank you for your time, Counselor."
Of course. Thank you for continuing to be, acting in the interest of the city.
That's the job, sir.
Great.
All right. As you guys are going around to, make your exit, you turn the corner and getting to basically the... so I'm just going to use the line tool on the map. So imagine, this is the hallway that you were going down, and then it kind of curves a little bit to a slightly more open space on the second floor, and then it kind of like curves around, and then down in this direction are that split stairway that I mentioned for the main hall.
Okay.
So as you're kind of getting around the corner right here, you see Counselor Tarkov standing there. He's talking to what seems like two other attendants. And no, he's not even facing you guys, and he's just he's looking at all of them and says, "And quickly would be appreciated." And they said, "Of course, Counselor." And they both run off into kind of down and around the other corner that you can see. So kind of like it goes down, and then there's another corner that goes presumably to another hallway back this way.
Would I be able... Okay, is there anyone looking at me?
He turns to look at the rest of you, and other than some of the guards that you maybe see posted at different entry points, like different doorways and whatnot, standing at attention within this area, no. But the guards themselves, like, they're just, they're scanning. Oh, people? Oh, I recognize those people.
Yes. Would I be able to, like, duck behind Tonka or something, and if I was to, like, cast invisibility, would it be really obvious?
Probably.
Okay, damn. All right. So
considering you're not super clumped together, and he's kind of like, on the side of the hallway, but he very clearly sees the rest of you. Yes. Apologies, I did not mean to startle any of you. I just had some things that I needed to get done quickly. I have quite a bit on my plate. It's probably none of my business, but the counselor is a good friend of mine. I just wanted to make sure that everything went well. He's quite stressed as of late.
Damn it.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Ellis. It's like, dude, this is the same pain I get watching the Prince Division, which is one of the other D&D campaigns that the Unexpectables run.
Yeah.
And God, they can't. They just got to level 5, and like when they really need it, they can't roll above a fucking 15.
I know. Well, he said he's a good friend of mine, and I'm like, insight.
I mean, based on everything that Barris Thornton told you, seems like they have a history, and it is a pleasant history.
So he is addressing us.
Pretty much the group. Like he can definitely see that you are the one that holds the most like.
You spearheaded everything.
Yeah, he can tell you're the talker. Like it's not hard to suss out that you're you know a political landscape.
Talkers make me thirsty and hungry.
My fucking God.
Oh, counselor, forgive me. He asked what we were doing.
Yeah, basically, like, did everything go
Yeah,
well?
our meeting went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's basically fishing for information.
Yeah, I feel like this guy seeing my face and seeing me standing with these people and us together is just horrendous. It's just a terrible.
I mean, you don't know.
Terrible.
It could be a red herring. He could just be a dude. He could just be a politician.
I think he's a mimic.
He's a doppelganger. He was the Don all along. Or changeling.
Jeez, that would be horrifying.
No. Like I said, I'm not that mean. But that does give me an idea.
Oh, yes. Of course. We were simply Mr. Ordock here just simply wanted to wish the counselor luck in his election, and discuss some matters of the Shipwrights Guild, and I wanted to help make the introduction because, of course, we do know each other.
Right, of course. Well, we won't keep you then. Again, apologies for startling. People say I have that effect on people.
Oh, not at all. Of course, being such good friends, I'm sure that we're both hoping for Councillor Thornton's re-election.
He deserves a win every now and then, so I am rooting for him.
Yes, I know him to be a good man, and an asset to the city, much as yourself, sir.
I appreciate it, but I fear that I am more concerned about what is going on beneath the mountains of Gelt at the moment. But once this one matter is taken care of, I can place my sights back on the city.
Oh, a matter, you say? Is there anything I could lend a hand with?
Not unless you are adept at repairing mine shafts and tunnel architecture.
I look to...
Or have a spare, unclassified amount of golds lying around somewhere for funding.
Would that I could. I looked to the others just to see if anyone is reacting to fixing mine shafts or whatever he said.
Tonka will. You know he would.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking work!
Carpentry? I'm your man. Well, seems one of you has a skill with tools of that nature, but unfortunately I'm in need of more than just one able body, but it's just a matter I'm bringing to the council to see if we can get a bit of a cooperation going on between a few of the other guilds and get some funding set aside so that my miners are, safe when they are delving deeper.
Of course, safety is a concern
Yes.
Certainly.
Unfortunately, the dwarven population at the moment is more concerned on getting the underground portion of the city squared away than assisting with other people. So it's no use arguing with them once they are out of the out of sight of the sky.
Of course. I myself prefer to stay on the surface whenever I can.
Well, some of us don't have that luxury, my lady, but I will not keep you. And he kind of goes to leave.
Yes, I would give a respectful bow and attempt to get the hell out of here.
Right. So he walks off, presumably to his office, as the rest of you make your way. And as you're going, the attendant kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, that's interesting. Tarkov usually doesn't hang around like that much, unless whatever he was needing from is, well, I don't presume to know his business."
I would say to the attendant, and what did you happen to? I overheard that he was having some trouble with a mining shaft. Is that where he sent his attendants to address that matter?
Likely he's trying to get documentation from the archives or deliver a message possibly to people that will be helping him with this proposal.
Do I know what proposal?
Likely what he mentioned, the working
Yeah.
with different guilds and getting funding from the city to kind of get this project going, so that he doesn't have to waste manpower from his own miners to do all of this, so they can keep exports going
Okay.
and getting materials.
I would say to the attendant, yes, of course, we must keep the wheels moving as efficiently as possible. I think it's a noble goal.
Right. As you exit through the courtyard and then to the gates of eventually, which take their sweet time opening up from your perspective,
Yes.
and you exit through, and presumably you will wish to discuss some things once you are a safe distance away from the Acropolis.
I just say this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. We have to get that book immediately.
What?
Okay.
What book?
The ledger. The ledger.
The one I haven't copied.
Where is it?
It's it's at my home in the Heights.
We're close
And
to where in the
that
Heights
is
now.
bad. Why?
The fact that I don't trust that Tarkov, and the fact that the assistant said that he never hangs around. Why did he wait for us specifically? Why did he wait for me?
You're quite hung up on this Tarkov fellow.
I'm beginning to become as afraid of him as I think Bricksunder was. I just hope I don't meet the same sticky end.
You're the one that brought him up to Bricksunder. What's the history there?
Why did I mention him to Bricksunder? Let me look here.
I thought Bricksunder mentioned him. No, you brought him up because he reacted.
Mm-hmm.
He reacted to the name.
Let's see here.
I mean, it could also be something from when Ellis and I were originally prepping the character. He was asking about like people of import that he might know or have
That's
met,
true.
and told him some stuff about Thornton and Tarkov. Mostly because at the time they were people that I had info on. Some other counselors I didn't really have a whole lot on, but I figured considering what's going on with their political history.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, you told me that I would have seen him, not spoken to him, but he has a presence about him. So I think I was probably just
Yeah,
grasping
just weirded out.
Yeah, it's probably just like grasping at straws just to see if he knew about him.
Hmm. But you have learned something, that there is either conflicting information about him, or there's some, you know, somebody's not saying everything, possibly. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But people are complicated, so make of it what you will.
Yeah, I'm very hung up on Tarkov.
I mean, it is a really intimidating name. I won't lie.
Yeah,
Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah.
See,
Honestly,
that's kind of what like I saw that advertised to me on like my Steam homepage, and I'm like, that's a cool name. I should use that for a character.
Mm.
I'm like, yeah, you know
Escape
what?
from
Fuck it.
Tarkov?
Yeah,
That's not on Steam.
it's not.
It uses its own launcher. Battlestate
Oh,
uses
then
their own
where?
launcher because they're Russian.
Oh, then where did I? I don't know. I saw it advertised to me somewhere, and
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, that's such a cool name.
You might have seen it on YouTube, or I mean, Mike probably talked about it.
You know, that might have been it. I might have been one of the times when we were waiting for people to show up and they never did, and Mike was playing it. That might have been it. Anyways, enough about my inspirations.
Tarkov gets mentioned on Steam an awful lot, though.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
So I would say I think we need to get that book, get it to safety. Maybe we can hide it somewhere. So is Tonka able to like copy things like exactly, or how does that work?
Yes.
Yeah, the way we've ruled it is that with his keen mind and being a machine, once he like, reads through something, like scans it basically, he can, recreate it.
And like, would I know that would be like admissible in court, so to speak?
I mean, if it's a perfect recreation, then yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's not like you have copiers there. You could ultimately go and just have them write a new one. It's gonna all be in ink and parchment. So
Now,
if it's written in their handwriting,
Now, do keep in mind the ledger is written in thieves. Has entries that are written in thieves' cant. So to the naked eye, it is not. It's very innocuous writing.
right?
So you would either have to make some sort of note or addendum about that. Assuming
I'll just have to find red ink.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Yeah. Need some blood.
I'll say we need to discuss how to get better evidence as well. Proper. He said proof of payments or correspondence between the two.
I don't want to alarm you all, but there is one way to ensure that Vermilion is withdrawn from the election.
Are you on this assassination idea again?
I just kind of shrug.
With Ordok right here.
No.
No, he left.
Ordok. As far as I know, Ordok was sticking with us.
Oh. No, I thought he was he was staying there.
That was never discussed. Well, I mean, that was never confirmed, but I'll say, let's just say for the sake of it, he would have insisted that he stay here. It's like, it's not that I don't feel, he explains, it's not that I don't feel safe with you guys. It's that, there's some stuff that I need to discuss. So being in, close proximity to Thornton is probably a good idea logistically. I'll have the guards fetch some of my things from my apartment.
Yeah, like I have concerns that Thornton is either going to get to him or make him disappear or something, but there's really nothing we can do.
Thornton seemed pretty genuine about trying to protect him.
Yeah, I'm just like who killed Bricksunder, and I don't know. I'm just trying to think like if Thornton was behind it, like for what gain? I don't know. Anyway, don't listen to me.
It's all good. It's fine. You just you got you're trying to find where your red strings go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm Charlie.
Just need your corkboard, Ellis.
Exactly.
It'd be a great thing to have in the background on your um on your stream. Just
Yes.
like the the corkboard.
Yes, I will do that. So let's go get that. I'm going to get that book. If anyone wants to come, great. Otherwise, I can meet you back at the temple.
Tonka will follow along.
Okay.
Oh, but he can't fucking work. He's got nothing better to do.
In the daylight, I'm fine to be dressed like this, but try not to draw too much attention with it. I don't want people coming up to me thinking that I can solve their problems. But we need to discuss where we're heading next. I don't know of any other Dawn locations. I don't know about the Vermilion woman, if there's any way to get any documents of hers.
As we're talking, is it safe to say we're like walking towards the heights?
Yeah, you're walking and talking, just,
Okay.
Speaking softly.
Yeah.
Which is a lot easier to do when you don't have a paladin with you.
Well, so like, don't we have to get this ledger from Gwen's house or apartment or whatever?
Yeah,
Wherever
that's what
you
she's
live?
going to split off. She and Tonka are going to split off to do that if anybody else wants to go with her.
I mean, I could just do it by myself and I could rob the rest of your house.
Sure.
So she said her house is in the Heights, which we're in. So it should. I mean,
Yeah,
did she give
it's not
any
a far
indication of it being close or not?
If I remember correctly, I think we said that your house, Quinn, is like around here, like it's close to the gate to the Shade Burrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're on like a row of like city street side townhouses, basically.
Yeah. Throw me in white on there next time you get a chance if you want to.
Yeah, I could probably just do that now while you guys are talking.
And you could put Madcap's two residences on there. Just his original one, which is like his nice one that he doesn't use and is kind of trapped, and then his other one that's kind of like crap.
You can put Tonkas on there too, but the whole city's going to be white.
Needs to go to the map layer. Making a box that small is really hard, so I just copy this. Okay, so heading towards Quen's place is Quen, obviously, Tonka, and who else?
I mean, if we're walking and talking, might as well.
Okay. So you all head in that direction. You know what? That's fine. I don't feel like moving that any more finely than that.
Looks good to me.
So it's kind of, yeah. It's like tucked in enough to where it's like kind of secure and you're not super close to a main thoroughfare. All right. Then I'll do madcaps in a bit. All right. So, heading in there, you can see, just kind of like a row, like I said, city street side townhouses, effectively, made of, brick and wood. Quen walks up and pulls out her key. It has not been unlocked since you locked it leaving, and you enter in, and you can see that the place is, I mean, not necessarily in disrepair, but it definitely looks like somebody has cleaned up recently. And given the fact that she has stated that, an imp tried to rob her, You get the sense that is why. And then Quen goes to where she hid the ledger before, and it is still there.
Oh, cool.
I paused on purpose.
I pick it up. I kind of hold it to my chest for a moment. I say a word in Elvish, and I'll open it up to the part, and I would hand it to Tonka and say, please.
And I'll say that you
Oh,
have.
I
like,
literally start at the beginning.
Okay.
So you probably have like the translated note, basically, stuck inside as well,
Yes.
with the entries marked, which I will paste into Tonka's databank for you.
Cool.
I don't really have dates on these ones because the point of them is not to have like as much concrete evidence, but based on the fact that some are written closer to the end of the ledger, you can presume that some
They
are
were
older.
the latest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, just when you put it in there, just put down what it was at the beginning. So it's like the
Yeah.
ledger, and then
Yeah.
just fill in all the rest of the info.
Just a little like where's the carrot? There's the carrot.
Justin, I have a note on my notes here. It says Lynette Madsen, leader of the Harkers, saw Vermilion accompany the Dawn a week ago.
That Madsen. What? Hold on.
I don't know why I have this. I'm wondering, is that like an eyewitness that we have?
Oh, that was from the dude that you spared at your ambush. He said that he had seen the Dawn speaking with both Vermilion and Lynette Madsen, the leader of the Harkers.
Right. Hadlam's Harkers.
Yeah.
Okay, Leg.
Yes.
Are you ready for a meme of the night?
Have we not had enough? I can fix that.
There you go. Italicize. What do we got? Yeah, basically. Dude, it's... Well, you can take Madame Forbend off of that because she's dead.
Well, yeah.
But she's still connected.
Yeah, they're still connected. Oh, guys, are you ready for a hot take? Okay, I'm either gonna piss off Justin or he's gonna laugh at me. Ready? Tarkov is the demonologist.
I thought the demonologist was a gray tiefling.
Disguise self.
That's plausible.
I mean, Mask of Many Faces is a thing.
Yeah, but that's for a warlock, isn't it?
I mean, you don't know what
You
the
don't know.
demonologist is.
That's fair.
Could be a warlock, could be a wizard, he could be just magic dude.
That's not a pigeon. Okay, so
That's not a pigeon.
no. So yeah, I give the book to Tonka, and I just kind of, as I kind of reclaim my senses a little bit, I kind of look at everyone standing in my house, and I'm like, oh.
Funny. God. Oh man. Dude, like mascot suits, like inflatable mascot suits were like the best thing ever. So I love seeing pictures of people in like that T-Rex costume just like doing stupid shit.
Wow. What's going on?
It's just all of Jake's pigeon memes.
Okay, so I would say, is it getting to? It's probably like 1 or 2ish in the afternoon.
say maybe closer to 3, probably.
Okay. I'd say so. Madcap.
What?
Yeah, lunch. I get a burrito. There's a burrito place down the street.
Shawarma? You guys ever try shawarma?
Shawarma, wonderful.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Hey man, with like how close this place is to Draconia, food like that is, pretty common.
Dragonborn shawarma.
Yeah, Dragonborn shawarma or like kebab, stuff like that.
Ooh, Dragonborn kebab.
Oh yeah, I did a thing for one of my other campaigns where they saw like you know what a donor kebab is, like donor meat. It's this giant slab of meat that they have like just spinning on this vertical rotisserie, just covered in like herbs and oil and stuff, and they like cook it out in the open. And I described to them that that shit. And there were 2 dragonborn manning the stall, and they would use their fire breath to roast it. So
I would be okay with this, but I don't eat, so never mind.
Yeah, but you're a Warforged. You can eat, right?
it says he don't require it, but it might be that he doesn't have the proper
It says
tubage.
it says don't require, not cannot eat.
Oh,
That's fair, but
I mean they're not like exos. Like, come on.
Caps lock. And a Warforged eat.
Asking the real questions.
D&D
sure.
Beyond, September 5th, 2017. What happens when Warforged eat?
They explode. Just like a druid using anything made of metal.
Hey Alexa, what happens when Warforged eat? Ha!
Hey, why are you setting off my fucking Alexa?
Did you have your speakers on?
I'd
That's
rather
great.
not answer that.
This is when I'm glad I'm a Google Home guy.
Yeah.
I have Google Home too.
Jeez.
When they consume organic matter, it is broken down.
Hey Alexa, execute Order 66.
She says, of course.
She says, "Yes,
Okay,
my lord."
Google, execute Order 66.
Sorry, I don't have an inhibitor chip.
Oh. That's good.
That's amazing.
That's good, yeah.
Uh,
Madcap, there was that bit of business we discussed earlier. Although now I'm wondering if we shouldn't try to track this Vermilion and see if we can get a sense of where she goes and who she knows.
Anywhere she might leave documents would be a good place to try and find them. Obviously.
Well, Ellis, from your investigation earlier in the campaign, you do know that she tends to stick to the North Batast, area. And she's a orange tiefling, so she kind of stands out. It's just, how often but it's a big place, so.
Just that apartment complex, and then where the explosion was that in the dockside north of the quay?
Dockside North. So the apartment was like kind of middle-ish of Dockside North, and then the explosion was closer to the wall.
Okay. And that's close enough for it to have affected the boats and shit?
It's more so that it's not that it affected, it's more so that the guard want to keep traffic there to a minimum so that they can do investigating. Because it's one thing if like somebody gets murdered in an alleyway. It's another thing if part of somebody's building explodes for no reason. So
Right.
Yeah, it's a precautionary thing.
Well, I know that she does tend to stick to the North Batast area, and how hard could it really be to find an orange tiefling? I'd like to just rest here in a short fashion. Would anyone like some tea?
Coffee?
Would you say coffee?
Yeah.
I can do that. I begin making a pot of coffee, and unless any players have an objection, I'm taking a short rest.
so you can get your.
I do. How dare you rest without me interrupting you?
Maybe.
It's fine.
The DM knows.
It's fine. Take an hour, have some tea, have some coffee, energize for the day.
I'm going to make just the best damn pot of coffee Madcap's ever had.
Yeah, you get some.
Boasting like that requires a roll.
It's some rich. I've got whole beans fresh from the what's it called? The
Draconia?
No, what's the coast with all the Elven Islands?
Oh, from the Phelan Isles.
Yeah, from the Phelan Isles, the freshest beans from a hilltop.
Honestly, cocoa beans would probably be more of a
Mountainous.
yeah, they'd be more Draconia. Honestly, Phelan's very like tropical to like temperate for the larger isles. So tea would definitely be more their thing. Plus, culturally, I think tea is a little bit more elven, anyways.
I make the best pot of tea from the finest tea leaves, which grow on the shady side of a hill. But then I also have an old kind of stale bag of coffee from Draconia in the back of the cabinet.
Hey man, it's strong shit though. That's
Yeah.
that's like pure Colombian coffee.
What's
roasted in red dragonborn breath?
Yeah. What's the saying Robert California says? He says we were indulging in French reds and how can I say Colombian whites.
What's that from? Why does that sound familiar?
It's from one of it's from one of the shitty seasons of The Office. Please continue. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The guy that James Spader played.
Yes.
Okay, that's how I knew because I haven't watched much of The Office, but I did catch like a compilation of all his like weirdest moments.
Yeah.
From the show. That and I love James Spader. Like he has like the perfect voice, and it's sad that he was only Ultron for one movie. So, anyways, probably the most wasted potential for a villain that they have ever taken.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I think Michael B. Jordan.
I'll say this with Michael B. Jordan though, at least he definitely left more of an impact than most villains do.
Yes, that is true.
And it was definitely a lot more interesting than most of the other ones that we've had. Anyways, all right. So everybody gets their short rest, partaking in some fine elven coffee and draconian coffee and elven tea. It's quite refreshing.
During this time, would we have discussed? I suppose. Okay, so I would. Quinn would say to Madcap and whoever else is sitting by, of course. I suppose if we were to go to North Batast and look around, we might have an opportunity to secure some of the donjon's clothes. Assuming that we find any.
I mean, the Don John's clothes aren't particularly special. I mean, I can cobble together outfits in that regard without too much difficulty.
I kind of give him a look, and I kind of I lean in and I whisper and I say, or perhaps one of the Don's Johns, who maybe we could relocate as needed.
Not that I'm entirely against that the idea. I don't think that's gonna help our current need of evidence.
Quinn seems impatient at this.
Bitch, this is your whole deal.
Pick a hill to die on.
I don't know. I think there's one thing that's more important than this, and that's the fact that Michael B. Jordan is 12 years old.
What?
Look at the thing you just posted.
Oh.
Good job.
I knew he was 3 when he did Chronicle.
Oh fuck! I forgot he was in Chronicle.
Okay.
Dope movie.
Where it says upcoming movies Babylon, my brain read Babylon 5, and for half a second I'm like, he was in Babylon 5?
Dude, I missed that show.
Oh, love it.
Do they have it on like Blu-ray or DVD yet?
Yeah, I got the Blu-ray set right on my shelf here.
Fuck, I know what I'm getting.
If you lived closer to me, I'd drop it off and loan it to you.
That's fine. If I can get one with a digital copy, I can put it on Vudu.
I don't know if they have that, but
Yeah, we'll see.
I put mine on Plex.
Oh, yeah, I don't use that.
Yeah.
What? Like,
See, I heard...
like EVE Online?
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind went too. Plex.
Oh, Plex, yeah.
All right. Pick your hill to die on, Quen.
Do you want to start fucking with the slicers, or do you want to take out Vermilion?
I would like the slicers to take out Vermilion for me, but I suppose we can try it your way. She's just kind of like drumming her feet.
If you want to disguise yourself as Vermilion and start fucking up some slicers.
Quickly reading disguise self.
If you're trying to perfectly imitate somebody, I think you would have had to have seen her. I don't know if you have had the opportunity to, but you know of her.
Yeah, I don't think so. It also says you can't change your body type, so like, would I be able to grow a tail? I don't think so.
So that's one of the things I'm always a little weary about. Like, can you have illusionary?
You would be able to have an illusionary tail, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't change your body type. So
like
you can't go and have... Yeah, you can't become a centaur. You can't become a Yanti. You know, you can't massively change your size.
I'd say you could become like... You could probably do like... a Malison. Well, no, Malisons are monstrosities, so it'd have to be another humanoid. So, but yeah.
Yeah, alright.
Anyways. Yeah, so you couldn't look like Hostile, but you could look like a pureblood.
Mm-hmm. So we could surveil the North Potast area and see what we can find out.
Any of those that are good at talking can find out, where she might be, where she might hang out, where an office of hers might be, or residence might be.
Sure. Like right now, I'm ready to just like time jump to dusk and go. But whatever you guys want to do.
I mean, if you want to, that's fine.
I'll leave. I
don't want
to step in.
If you don't do any like daytime investigation.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So do like some, a little bit of reconnaissance.
Asking around if anyone's seen her. I mean, if she's wanting to be a councilman, she probably has an office where people can meet her.
Has to be some kind of official of some regard.
That's a great point. I turn to Tonka and say, has she made any appearances at the docks, or would you know anything?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I would say Tonka...
Busy working.
Yeah, either if she has, Tonka wasn't paying attention, or she just flat out hasn't. I mean, campaigning is tough, and sometimes you're not going to go to every single place.
Tonka's the jackass that gets Employee of the Month every month.
Yeah, he's SpongeBob. He's the SpongeBob.
He gets Employee of the Month twice in a month. All right.
Oh yeah, and they gave me 2 plaques in lieu of a pay raise. All right.
Sorry, I keep doing all your jokes, Jake. All right. Well, what's the plan, boys and girl? Fake girl.
So like, how do you do like downtime? Like, could we say that we like just like ask around town to see if we can figure out like where she's campaigning, and we like how does that work?
Yeah, if you wanted to do like a general kind of sweep and just kind of get what you can get from people, I can kind of do that within a roll or two.
Um,
Let's say if you're doing it as a group, pick one person to you can do it at advantage.
is that cool with the rest of y'all?
Sorry,
Perfectly
I
fine.
was distracted. What's up?
We're just gonna do just like a general downtime roll where we're just like before dusk, we're just asking in a general sense, like if we can find out like does she have like a campaign office, or does she have any appearances or speeches? Does she have a website that we can check out?
Does she have a Twitter that got suspended?
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me correct myself. Permanently banned.
He got shut down on Facebook too.
About fucking
Really?
time.
Yep.
It probably means he was shut down on Instagram soon as well, so.
And he's a wanted man in Iraq.
Iran, I think.
It could be. It's one of the era ones.
Yeah.
Pretty soon it'll be kicked off MySpace.
Honestly, just keep them there as a punishment.
And yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Anyways, so who wants to handle the investigation check at advantage?
I've got a +1.
I've got a
+3.
+0. Wait, do I have a +0? I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
What did you say you had, Cobra?
+3.
I've got a
Jake?
+2.
Jake, what's your investigation?
+4, I think.
Oh.
Well, maybe Pigeon Man should handle it. This kid knows the streets.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, if he's an arcane
+6.
trickster, he's an
No.
arcane trickster. He's probably got it because they have to have intelligence for their casting.
Oh.
Well, I'm not an arcane trickster. I'm a
Oh.
thief.
Oh, okay, whatever. Never mind.
If you and if
Magic
you're wondering, if you're wondering how I cast spells, I have magic initiate.
Oh, okay, that works.
All right, I'm gonna make that investigation at advantage. Well, it can only get better.
Oh dear. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, asking about, it takes a while before you get like somebody who actually knows something. A lot of the people that you encounter are like, I mean, I don't know where her house is, but she's nice enough to come by every now and then. I shook her hand once, that sort of thing. And then eventually you get to one guy, sort of like a gnome. Fuck you, phone. Shut up. Stop ruining the moment. It's like a gnome dock worker, and he he's like, I mean, I don't know about where she lives, but I see her a lot near the canal. One of my friends owns a small pub over there, and I mean, I don't see her go in there, but I've seen her pass by in that area a lot near the canal. So he's kind of saying like in like this general area.
Okay.
I mean, that's a lot better than all this.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know if she lives there or if she's got like an office or something, but I mean, if you're looking to find her, I would say start there.
So like, yeah. Are we like is leg? Excuse me. Is Pigeon alone talking, or are we kind of like in a group?
I would say it's probably like a group thing. Like you kind of like split off into groups. Like 2 and 2 basically. Well, that would leave no, yeah, like 2 and 2 basically, trying to
Sure.
get some info, and this is what Pigeon Man gets.
Sure.
So like all right, we'll split up, meet back here, see what we found.
Great. So, having met back up, Pigeon, we more or less struck out. Did you come up with anything?
I repeat what the dungeon master told me.
Yeah. Also, Dungeon Master, during the short rest, may I just, I would have changed into my black cloak, of course.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Just kind of get out of your nice clothes, be more inconspicuous.
Yes.
Fair enough. I assume Madcap would have made a quick stop and got his trench coat.
Yeah, and his turtleneck and bandanas and
Hell yeah.
Oh wait, I was supposed to become hidden. Got it.
always have your stuff.
Well, I was thinking that this was like, like a sting kind of thing. Like you're going to be in plain clothes, and then when
Yes.
when the sun went down, you get your costumes.
Oh wait, it's been several hours.
Yeah.
Okay,
Welcome
never
to the
mind.
game, Jake.
I completely missed that detail, even though I clearly heard you say it and remember you saying it.
It's okay. By now,
yeah.
the sun is starting to go down.
But also grab my weapon. My
Okay.
other, my more than just my single hand axe.
Okay.
Dagger.
So, what do you wish to do now?
I'm gonna go rob the politician.
All right. Well, got to find her place first.
We'll just start
Well-
burning down houses until she runs out. Then we know which one's hers.
Great. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. I think I would probably want to start looking around that area and just see if we see anything suspicious or.
Okay.
What do y'all think?
Yeah, I mean, you could try and keep an eye out for her, or, maybe try and tail some John's members potentially. I mean, it's whatever you
Yes.
want to do.
Yeah, I mean, just like I guess I'd want to do like just see if I notice see if any of us notice anything. Any leads, any underhanded stuff. John's. If we see anything that might be.
I'll say everybody can make perception checks individually.
Sure.
Is this normal John's territory?
Yeah, this is kind of like John's do the Heights, the Quay, and Dockside, Dockside North.
There's a nat
The
20 for you.
ooh, okay, that's good. Yeah. So yeah, the Johns definitely have like probably the most amount of territory. The Quay is like one of those places where they definitely control it, but like the Harkers and the Pipers tend to use that as well because it's a port town. You got to smuggle shit in.
I mean, I can be okay with finding some Johns and roughing them up and
Fair enough.
trying to get some information that way.
All right. I gotta scroll down. Okay. So, with everybody kind of keeping an eye out, maybe splitting up here and there, or just like being within eyesight of each other, but definitely spread out to try and get the most, the best vantage point. You feel like you're not really making a whole lot of headway. You're really keeping an eye out for a lot of things. Eventually, though, you see walking. You see Quen especially. You are drawn by the sounds of what is very clearly a tavern hitting peak times, um, and kind of like right in this neck of the woods, like this little courtyard area by um, whatchamacallit, by the canal. That's it.
Okay.
And you you kind of find a place to kind of stake it out for a bit. You sit there for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour goes by. You're seeing people go in and out. But this is a large area, so you're kind of also able to see some other people moving about. And eventually you do see some people that you would recognize as John's. The very distinct look about them, both in their clothes and their general demeanor and the way they walk. They're armed as well, so you can clearly tell. Appear to be a group of guys. One of them seems to have made a joke, and one of the other ones is laughing, and they walk inside of that tavern. And you decide to get a little closer, and you end up kind of peeking in through one of the windows that is just ever so slightly, low enough to the ground to where you can peek in and just kind of scan just to see who all is in there. Now that Johns have moved into it, you're like, okay, are they just here because their quote unquote shift ended and they're getting some drinks, or is this a hangout spot? You see more than just those Johns in there. You do see some other people there. It doesn't appear like this is a casino like you saw before. It just seems like it's a tavern. And you're starting to feel like you're about to give your hopes up. And then coming out from the upper level, down the stairs that you can see in view, is a very distinct female orange tiefling wearing decently. While she is not dressed fancily like Thornton and Tarkov and other nobility are, she does appear as if she does well for herself. Definitely not dressed like a noblewoman, but definitely not dressed like a commoner either. She appears to be talking to some other John's members, and as she comes down, you can see some other people, the patrons, kind of raise their glasses towards her, and she begins to walk out of the establishment.
I would nudge whoever's sitting next to me.
I would say you are alone, but you have, I'll say, who had the next best perception? Tonka?
Tonka.
Okay. But you can see Tonka is in view. He's not too far away from you.
Mm-hmm. I would try to catch Tonka's attention.
Okay.
How do you do such?
I would. Let me think for a second. How far away from me is he?
It's probably a good, maybe 60 feet.
60 feet. Could I create, with prestidigitation, could I create a flash of light towards his eye sensors?
Kind of like a little laser pointer, flicking it on and off.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say yeah. Fuck yeah, sure.
Sure.
That's fucking cool. I love prestidigitation. It's one of my favorite RP spells. Okay, so you do that. Tonka, the unmistakable flashing in your eye is hard to ignore. You look in your direction, and you see Quen trying to flag you down. It's kind of ushering you to come close.
Yeah, I would definitely go and indicate that I've seen the attempt, and would, I guess, I'd start making my way over.
Okay. As Tonka gets close to you, just as you are like, you're kind of creeped around the corner of the building, and he kind of comes in and kind of crouches down beside you, out of view.
I just kind
And
of point down towards the tiefling.
yeah, not long after she walks out of the building. So kind of like think this. So if you scroll up just a little bit to like where Marduk Drew of the Expanse is, that's where I'm gonna draw this out. So like here's the side of the building that you're on.
Mhm.
This is the front,
Mhm.
and she's walking out like from the center here, and you guys are like right here.
Are we on the street level, or are we out on like a roof?
No, the front is on the street, and technically you're also not like on the street. You're in like a courtyard.
Okay.
So she's walking out this way.
So I would. Let me think for a second. Getting Tonka's attention, I would gesture towards the tiefling.
Yeah, you can very clearly see her walk out, her orange tail kind of flicking, kind of moving about as she walks away from you guys.
Okay.
About how many feet away from me is she?
From this distance, I'd say probably 30 feet and getting farther away.
Okay.
Like if we were to stop time right now, 30 feet.
Yeah. What are do I notice Madcap or Pigeon? Like, are they just like looking around, or what are they doing?
I would say Madcap is probably not within immediate sight, but very soon Madcap will see her because, like I said, you guys are staying relatively close together.
I'm probably on a rooftop.
Yeah, you're probably on a rooftop, but you're looking down. This area is not as well lit as the interior of the city is, or the street, like the sides that are like the parts of the building, like the street sides. Basically, there aren't a lot of street lights around here, so you'll notice her last. Pigeon Man, I would say, he's really stealthy, so I would say you probably don't see him, but you know he's around.
Right.
You know he's watching, and he has likely caught on to what you see now.
Yeah. So
Pigeon always has eyes.
I would start to follow as stealthily as possible.
Okay. She is accompanied. She does have two Johns by her side. And it is an open courtyard as well. There's not a lot of... There's like benches every now and then, but there's not a lot of stuff to hide behind.
I cast invisibility.
Am I
Okay.
in front of them?
Let's see. I really wish I had this place.
Like, are they walking down, like, they're walking down the street and they're walking towards me, correct?
All right, so if you zoom in on the, like, this courtyard here, this little place I'm pinging, they are walking out of, like, this building here, and they're going in this direction. I will assume that on the right side of this little box is where Quen and Tonka are. Madcap is likely on top of one of these buildings here, and you are probably not too far behind. I would imagine you're on top of a rooftop, maybe just a little farther away, but you're a pretty good scout.
So I'm like right over here.
Let's see, it's Madcap's there. I'll say maybe you're... No, actually, I would say you're probably here. Madcap's probably a little further up. He's probably like over here.
And they're going this way, right?
They're going this way, presumably, like this way.
I'm gonna try and get like to over here as fast as, like, on this corner as fast as I can.
Okay, so like where it kind of like opens up.
Well, yeah, but like on the corner.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So like here, if I pull out the draw tool, like right there.
Okay, so you're gonna try and like get onto the ground floor around that building's corner, basically.
Yep.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
Okay.
It's be more so how hidden you are when you get there. Okay, there's not a whole lot to hide behind, but you are up against the side of the wall, trying to be inconspicuous.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
Would
do
I be
something
able to
really
see
quick,
him?
and then I'm gonna probably.
You would
do
probably
something
see
that-
somebody moving across the street, and you get the sense by how tall they are, it's probably Pigeon Man.
So they're not ahead of me, right? Where are they?
No, you are ahead of them by a lot.
Okay. So, like by this corner in front of me, where because there's these two buildings, right? I'm just gonna throw 2,000 fucking ball bearings.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh well. There's a lull. So Ellis, I just sent you stealth at advantage because you were invisible.
Okay.
So, Tonka, you see Quen kind of do some somatic components and then speak very quietly. Speak a short incantation as she turns invisible.
Okay. Well, I can't go invisible. I'm actually gonna go and approach her.
Okay.
Um,
Madcap, I will say at this point.
Also, by the way, after throwing my ball bearings, I retreat back to where somewhere I can actually hide.
Or at least like up on top so you can like lay down,
Yeah, or
like
that.
go prone. I'll say that, yeah. At that point, you're very much
I'm
out
gonna
of their sight
fucking
range.
drop shot him like I'm playing MW2.
Okay. At this point, Madcap, you would notice her walking in that direction I described with her escort. And well, you don't see Quen anymore. You do see Tonka approaching her.
Let's see the. Do I see the? Did I see like drop the ball bearings?
I would say it's a little too far away for you to see that he dropped the ball bearings, but he did pass you. So if he wanted to say anything to you,
I would hold up a singular ball bearing when I pass by Madcap.
I wouldn't really respond. I'll just kind of watch him.
okay.
Um,
Say maybe move a little bit closer, then maybe you can see what he does.
so if I see Tonka approaching, how far away is the building I'm on from where they are?
You're probably like on this one, I would say.
Wait,
Like
why the
right
f-
at the tip. Like
why
right
the
at the
fuck
tip.
do I want to call her Lady Vermilion?
I mean, that's what he's called them. So like where the tip of my arrow is pointing, this is the building that you're on.
But how far away is it from?
From Tonka? Oh,
Million?
if you're trying to do your telepathic speech, it's further than that.
No. I just want to know how far am I
Okay.
from?
I would say she's probably about 60 to 70 feet away, and Tonka's probably maybe like 30 feet behind her. So at most 100 feet away. Because he's kind of coming at an angle.
I don't care about Tonka. I'm talking about Vermilion.
Okay. Yeah, she's 70 feet away and approaching.
Okay, I'm gonna have my short bow with an arrow knocked and ready.
Okay. Tonka, you are approaching her. You're walking at a slightly faster clip than they are, so you will get to them soon.
I would actually go and call out to her.
All right.
Basically trying to get her attention. So I would approach and call out her name.
Okay.
Lady, I beg an audience.
She turns around. You can see the two Johns turn around, and they have like they very quickly grab the hilts of their weapons at their side, and they see that it's you. They kind of stop for a moment, but they haven't really let go yet.
So I approach and I will probably stop with 10 feet.
Okay.
And say, lady, I work down in the shipyards. I ask a favor.
She kind of looks to the two guys and just kind of like motions for them to kind of ease up. She goes, and what sort of favor would this be?
Well, as I am sure you are aware, the shipyards are currently shut down due to an explosion of some sort the other night.
Yeah, it's
And
terrible business, that.
yes, I'm hoping that you might speak with someone in an effort to allow me to get back to work.
Well, unfortunately, such things are the purview of the harbor master. But I suppose I could maybe put a word in to at least allow a limited workforce, assuming the guard will allow it. No guarantees, but I'll see what I can do.
This is buying time for everyone else to get into position, by
Okay.
the way.
Gotcha. Is that all, my strangely armored friend?
I,
Do you want to just kind of bullshit for a little bit? Like,
pretty much, yeah.
okay. Just to kind of keep her busy? Alright, go ahead and make, like, just a general persuasion check just to see how much time you can get.
Alright, let's see.
Oh! She is very fascinated by this walking machine. At first she thought it was, like, some dude in armor or whatever, and then it's like, oh, wow, it's actually, like, a person. This is weird.
Well, you
And
see,
he's
the
talking.
sprocket goes into this, and this goes and allows me to do that, so I can go and do this over here.
Yeah, which is just very, very enamored. So Madcap has his arrow trained. Pigeon Man is prone, waiting for some Benny Hill shenanigans. What is Quen doing?
Well, I was planning to follow, but now, I would just be kind of standing somewhere just watching the scene unfold.
Okay, maybe get ahead of her a little bit.
Yes, good idea.
Okay. So you get ahead a little bit. You're a bit closer to where Madcap is. So Madcap, you can. Well, actually, no, you can't because she's invisible. So never mind.
Can I see Madcap? Is he at street level?
You're still on a roof, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say. I would say make a stealth check, Madcap. This would be more so just for how hidden you are.
Over me.
Yeah, for you. Because you are making an effort to not be seen, but
Wow.
have it. Okay, so yeah, Madcap's pretty well seen. I'll say, Quen, you at the very least know. Last time you saw him, he was nearby.
Sure.
You don't see him specifically.
I thought he was at street level, and I was just gonna go behind him and go like, Psst, "Hey." But no. So I'm just I will get ahead a little bit in the direction it appeared that they were walking.
Okay.
And never mind. Yeah, I'll just do that for now.
Okay. All right. So Tonka has her attention for quite a decent bit. Eventually, you kind of see her. Like he says something rather like innocuous, but it comes off as like funny and aloof to her, and you just kind of see her. Oh, you're funny. Well, I will certainly do what I can about the matter with the shipyard. But well, should you get a request from your foreman to return, then perhaps we will. Perhaps we'll see. And I did not catch your name, by the way.
Oh shit. T0NK4.
It's a bit of a mouthful. Do you have a nickname or something?
No.
Well, Mr. Metal Man, then I'm certain that you'll be. When I say the Metal Man, I'm sure they'll know exactly who I'm talking about.
Likely.
All right.
What are the guards with her wearing?
Just like John's outfits, the same that you've seen with a lot of the thugs at the John's locations. One of them's got like a mace at his side, like a, you know,
Okay.
it's like one step above a club, and the other guy's got like a short sword.
All right. Then I will. I'm going to hold a spell, but I'm going to use my meta magics here.
Subtle.
Or subtle, yeah.
Hell yeah! What spell are you holding?
I am holding Dragon's Breath.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay. So stealthily, Tonka is preparing. So with Dragon's Breath, do you have to declare what element it's going to be at the start, or when you do the action to cast it, like to let loose, not the
Not
moment.
cast the spell.
Yeah, it's when you cast it, so it would be lightning.
Okay, and it's a cone no matter what, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. You kind of hold a lightning breath, basically. Okay. All right. She kind of looks to the other guys and just kind of motions for them to come on, and she continues down the same path that she was moving before.
Great. I am, keeping a close, matching their pace.
Okay. Let's see.
And I will follow behind as well by 30 feet.
One of the guys like kind of hears you moving behind you and kind of looks around and is like, it just kind of shrugs.
He hears me moving?
Tonka.
Oh, okay.
He turns around and is just kind of like, he's probably meant to go the same way anyways. It's like that awkward moment when you say goodbye to somebody and you turn to both walk the same way.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes.
I fucking hate that.
Oh, it happened to me one time. I was walking down the street with a coworker, and I was going towards my like T stop, and I'm like, all right, hey, well, have a good weekend. We'll see you later. Yup. And then we both walked down the stairs, and I was just like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like one of those things where it's like, this shouldn't be as awkward as it is. We've just, we've established that the conversation is over. Why does it have to be awkward?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, yeah, I'll say Pigeon Man, as you're kind of laying down out of sight, but kind of peeking over a little bit. You can see that they all seem none the wiser to the comedy of errors that is probably about to happen.
Yes.
Let me actually look at the ball bearings.
It makes it difficult terrain, I think.
And then they have to like make a
Make a
DC
deck save, otherwise they fall prone.
Okay. All right. As they're turning, Madcap, you still have a pretty good sight on all three of them. So,
I would try to, if there's a building that would be better, I'd probably move close to that.
the ball bearings are like right here at this corner. So I think if you would hop on the building next to you, that would be.
I'd be doing whatever I had to do to keep eyes on the million.
Yeah, absolutely. And your stealth check is pretty good, so I'm not really too worried about you making another one. Besides, there's also the big like clink, clink, clink behind them. So any little bits of motion that you make will probably be scuffled or deafened by that. And so, without further ado, the moment you've all been waiting for, folks, the ball bearing saving throw. All right. I got my black die, my black and red die, my black and green die. Those are going to be the Johns, and the gold one is going to be Vermilion. All right. One of the guards got a natural 1. He falls.
Ooh.
The other John. Hold on. Let me pull up their stat sheet.
Actually, while they're doing all this, would I be able to go and utilize my breath?
Let me just see if they succeed or fail.
Because these are Dex 15 saves for Dragon's Breath as well.
Okay. Okay, the other one passes, but barely. And Vermilion passes as well. She doesn't have that great of a bonus, but she rolled a 16. So one of them, and just falls flat on his ass. And the other one,
It's
is
like falling on a fucking Lego, dude.
well, yeah, he tripped on marbles and then like landed on cobblestone, almost bashing his head in. The other one kind of feels himself slip and then rights himself, whereas Vermilion sees all of this because she's walking like slightly behind them. She sees all this happening and stops like right before she hits like the bulk of them. I would say Tonka, you would eventually get to the point where you could cast the breath if you wanted to.
Yeah, I would get up within...
I think it's 15 feet?
It's a 15-foot cone, but I'm going to get up within 5 feet of them as if, making as if to go and help them.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to unleash.
Okay, with Vermilion inside as well.
Yes.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Where the plan went from following her to find documents to murder happened.
Well,
It's called Tonka does an AoE.
I'm gonna shoot Tonka. I have my bow ready.
no, don't shoot Tonka.
All right, hold on. Well, let's see if 15 lightning damage. That's a lot. So let's if somebody's prone, they don't have disadvantage on dex saving, do
I
they?
don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
Let me look at prone. Disadvantage on attack rolls.
If you're prone, I don't...
Yeah, I'm probably thinking of something else. Yeah, it's just things have advantage on them if you're near them, like melee attacks, and they have disadvantage on attack rolls. And they can only crawl, so they have like half movement or like 10 feet or something. Okay, so let me roll saves for both of them. Use the same rules as I did before with these. Okay.
I believe that's half damage for successful.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's a 15, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Highest one got an 11. So those two guys just get like obliterated by this. The the ball bearings that are nearby them act as a better conductivity, and the one on the ground is especially crisp. Vermilion, however, also failed. However, she does survive, but she's not looking too good after that. She looks over to you and goes, "And here I thought we were going to have a nice conversation," and uses her reaction to do Hellish Rebuke.
Fun.
So I want you to make a dex save.
$22.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty sure that'll beat her DC. I think Hellish Rebuke is half damage, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
No damage.
No,
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's not. I thought it was no damage.
Pretty sure it's half. Let me just double check. Half as much on a successful. Okay.
Oh,
So she always casts it at second, so we're gonna grab D10s. Yeah, 3D10. I have exactly 3D10. Half of 15 would be 7. You take
Yes.
7 fire damage as her orange skin seems to glow for a moment as flames erupt from her in your direction. Madcap, you were holding an attack.
Does Tonka need to make a concentration check for Dragon's Breath?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you do so? Thank you for reminding me.
11.
Minimum 10. So yeah, you're good. The damage does not seem to affect your hold on the spell.
As I'm shooting Tonka.
Okay.
Why the fuck not?
All right. Tonka, what's your AC at the moment?
It would be, I believe it's 12.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Let's see.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
You get hit.
13.
13. All right. Well, I think a 21 still beats it.
Yes.
You get hit for 9 piercing damage. Alice, did you have a thing that you wanted to do real quick?
Yeah. So
Can I say something?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just gonna shout, "Run!" Like,
okay. So what are the two guys doing?
They're dead.
They're both dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
they're not moving, and there is smoke coming off of their bodies.
can I get up behind Vermilion?
Okay.
I'm still
I
in-
would say you were falling close enough that you can do that quickly.
Yeah, I am still invisible.
Yes.
Would I be able to, like, if I wanted to grab her, would I be able to, like, grapple with advantage, or how does that work?
I'd say you can. I would rule it as a surprise because she doesn't know you're there, so you could grapple with advantage, but you have to use athletics.
Let me check my athletics. Ooh. Okay. Let me think for a second. Has she taken damage from the fire breath? Did I see her get hit?
Oh yeah, she got hit pretty good, but she seems a lot hardier than her escorts.
Yeah.
But she also, as far as you can tell, does not appear to be armed.
I am going to get behind her, and I'm going to
I
take...
just wanted to rob her.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to take my rapier, and I'm going to attack her from behind, but I'm going to do... I don't know how she looks, but I'm going to do attempt like a non-lethal strike.
Kind of hit her with like the blunt end.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like just
The hilt.
just like smash her in the head with the hilt
Okay, go ahead, make
from
Make her-
behind.
I'll just say a rapier attack with advantage,
Sure.
non-lethally.
Oh God.
Well, you didn't have to hit much because she's unarmored, but you do unfortunately manage to whiff as she so you go in with the pommel strike, and you kind of see as she kind of like buckles forward a little bit, just like some pain strikes through her legs, and you just, and then as soon as you do, you appear visible behind her.
So I just go, hey.
This is certainly interesting.
This went horribly.
Yeah, no, this went real bad.
the literal exact opposite of what we wanted to happen. Which is to go Burley, follow her, and find out where she was going.
Yeah. This is what happens when you improv. Shit happens.
I just wanted her house key.
Okay.
You're a thief. You don't need keys.
But keys make thieving easier.
Okay, hold on. Can I retcon something?
It wasn't even like for like
The only
to
thing
get
I
into
will
her
allow you to
house.
retcon is the
Cobra.
thing you
It's a
say
thing
when
of
you
like
become invisible, or you become invisible.
That's all I
Cobra,
want.
It's like I wanted her keys because if she got to her house, right, and she realized she doesn't have her keys, she's gonna go somewhere else. Her house is gonna be empty.
That's fair.
Okay, what did you want to do?
Okay, hold on. I get the best idea. Oh, it's an action, not a bonus. Okay. Okay. So I whiff, and I want to say, what's her title? Does she have a title, or is she just Vermilion?
It's just Sergia Vermilion. She doesn't really have a title, but she probably has some sort of like managerial position within the Shipwrights Guild.
Okay, so as I whiff, I'm going to make it look like I'm gonna do an over-exaggerated motion and say, Sergia, run! And pretend like I'm trying to protect her.
Okay, make a deception check.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Hold on. Ooh. Barely. She goes, well, isn't that obvious? Pigeon Man, did You want to do anything?
No.
Okay,
Oh.
it's just like gripping his temples.
Highland
Oh
says,
my fucking god! All right, so we went from Metal Gear Solid robbing a fucking casino to this. This is great. All right, all right. I think the surprise, round, quote unquote, is over. So let's get some actual initiative in on here, boys. Can you guys on the tracker? Can you actually see your stuff?
I named the token.
Don't
Yeah.
have tokens down.
Oh right, all right. Hold on. Let me throw them down. Hey, I'm on the map layer. That's why. Lol. Tokens. Add turn. Here. Not really. We're gonna theater of the mind this. I just want to know what the order of operations is. Alright, so we got Quen, Pigeon Man, Madcap, Tonka. Yeah, that's it. Now let me grab a thing for Sergia. Alright. Don't really have a... Alright, I'm gonna choose this one. You might remember her. Whoops, that's way too big. Alright. Jake, you got an 18. For a million. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. Up first is Madcap. Seeing all this, you can see she is definitely not looking so good. She's got some like char marks on her clothes. There's like some kind of steam, like electric steam coming off of her.
Did Tonka make a concentration check against my damage?
Oh, no, he didn't. Hey, can you do that for me real quick, Tonka? You pass.
All right. Madcap is gonna ready another arrow, and yell, "Let her leave!"
Okay.
And if anyone does anything aggressive to her, she's gonna shoot him, or Madcap's gonna shoot him.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna hold an attack on anyone who tries to hurt her. Okay. It is now her turn. She goes, well, it seems at least somebody has my best interests at heart, and she is going to, in this clump of people, cast darkness.
oh, shit.
Right, she's a tiefling. There we go. Cat, shut the fuck up. It's very important that you are not loud right now.
A counterspell.
All right. Do you have counterspell?
No.
No.
Next level, though.
Yeah. Actually, I think no. Actually, because bards don't by default get counterspell.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, you guys
Yeah,
take them take it with magical secrets. Yeah, yeah. All right. So pretty much like centered not on her, like behind her. So encompassing Tonka and Quen at the moment. Let's kind of do this. I would imagine this is kind of how it looks.
Yeah.
So she's like right here, and then the darkness is like slightly behind her, so it encompasses you guys as well.
So I would, have attempted after my whiff, to like put like a hand on her shoulder to try to like guide her out of the area, like to feign that I'm helping her.
Oh, we'll see. It's Pigeon Man's turn. You see now that where there.
Sorry, does she move at all or make a run?
Oh yeah. So she would, because object permanence is a thing. She would turn, and I would say Pigeon Man and Madcap would see her exit out from behind the sphere of darkness, but just barely, because she takes her time to go through the ball bearings, which I'll have her roll another dex save for. With flying colors, it's a natural 18. With the deftness of a ballerina through there. So we'll say, since it's darkness and you can't actually see, you're technically blind. So if anybody wanted, I mean, if you wanted to try an opportunity attack, you could, but it's disadvantage. If you don't, that's perfectly fine, and we will move on.
Nope.
Okay. All right, Pigeon Man. You see her exit the darkness.
I do nothing.
Okay, just like I'm a sit. I'm gonna head out. All right, Tonka. It's very dark.
I drop back towards the house.
Towards where the tavern was.
Yes.
Okay, so exiting out. How much movement do you use?
All 30.
All 30. Okay, so you just like backwards walk.
Pretty much.
Or no, your waist turns around, and you just walk forward but backwards.
Yes.
It's funny. All right. You cannot see her because the sphere of darkness obscures your vision in that like kind of crossing area.
That's fine.
Okay.
I will return a shot back at Madcap. And I will be utilizing the bolt that hit what's his face the other night.
Oh, the arrow.
Correct. The arrow along with catapult.
Oh, okay. Sure. Go ahead and click catapult for me. Throw it in there. Okay. That's 90-foot line, right?
I believe
60
so.
foot
Yes.
range.
60 foot.
Correct.
Yeah, I think at this distance, Madcap would be like right at the edge of it. So yeah, Madcap, make a dex save. It's catapult is if you save, there's no damage, right? It just whizzes past
Correct.
you. Okay, so it whizzes past you. All right.
I don't know. I said my trigger was someone attacks her, not me. So
That's fair. Yeah, and because it didn't. Well, it's not. It's also not an attack roll, so it's not a projectile that you could catch. So never mind. All right, Gwen.
Yes.
It's very dark.
It is. It is dark. So like, do I? Okay, so obviously I wanted to try to keep like a hand on her so I could kind of feel her, but has she eluded my grasp?
Yeah. You're kind of like.
Did I get a sense of which direction she went in using sound or?
Well, she had to move slowly and carefully through the ball bearings, so I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge a direction when you literally cannot see anything.
Right.
Yeah, but you can use audio.
Yeah, I would say you can make a perception check with disadvantage to see if you can get an idea of where she went. To see if you can like guide your way out of it.
So let me see. Dark vision does not penetrate darkness.
No, magical darkness supersedes dark vision.
Yeah.
You need true sight or devil's sight.
Totally. Okay, perception roll, you say. Let us do this.
Yeah, or some form of blind sight. I think some forms of blind sight allow.
17.
I would say with a 17. I mean, there's only one way that she could have gone quickly, and you kind of feel your foot on one of the ball bearings, and you're like, okay, probably if I keep going in this direction, hopefully I don't hit a wall.
Okay.
So it's difficult terrain.
Okay.
Roll me a dex save.
A dex save.
Mm-hmm.
You've got it.
It's a 10, so okay.
18.
Stepping very carefully and using the 15 feet of movement that you do have, you manage to get. Is the darkness? It's a 15-foot radius.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
I do have a 35-foot speed, so at half speed I would get out, I think.
Not if you're at the edge of it, because it's a radius, and she centered it right behind her.
So if she did it behind her and then moved forward, there'd only be like 10 feet of darkness.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to understand the circle.
Yeah, well, radius is from the center, so it's technically 30-foot diameter.
Right, but if the center point's behind her and then she walked forward from that?
Basically, she would have dropped it right at your feet, almost.
Okay.
Because you were standing behind her when...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go, obviously, whatever Justin says, of course.
Okay. But I mean, you could dash as well. Get another 15, I think.
Sure.
Because I think with movement speed, you round down, right? If it doesn't divide evenly.
Probably.
Everything is round down unless it specifies otherwise.
Right. Okay. Like the ASMR, so like some of the ASMR abilities. Okay. Yeah. So
17.
You had 15.
So if I dashed, it'd be 17 times 2 would be 34 feet.
Yeah. So rounded down is 30. So that would allow you to get to the edge of the darkness, I would say. But because dash gives you, doubles your current movement speed because you're in difficult terrain, even though exiting it, you still have 15 after that. Because the ball bearings don't take up that much space. That's one of the weird things about dashing that kind of weirds me out, but...
Okay, I would say, like, whatever movement you're giving me, just, can I see her, and how close to her?
Yeah, you're, like, coming out of it. Like, your upper torso is out of the sphere, so you can see. And you can see she's not too far away from you. She's maybe, like, 10 feet from you. But you're kind of, like, at an angle.
Okay, so I've used all my movement, and she's 10 feet away from me.
Yeah, so kind of like this, basically.
Okay.
You have used a movement and action. You only have bonus left.
That's true. Give me 10 seconds. Well, that's interesting. Can I?
You don't come up with something soon, I'm gonna skip you.
No, can I see where Tonka is?
No, he's on the other side of the darkness. So, from your perspective, he's either still in it or on the other side of it, but you can't see him.
Okay.
Because it's a sphere, it goes up as well.
So I'm just gonna say, what's her name? Sergia?
Yeah, Sergia Vermilion.
Sergia, yeah. I'll say, Sergia, I'll cover your escape. Just go.
She'll say back as a reaction because she doesn't have anything she can really do as reactions anymore. Anything interesting, anyways. Just say, way to tell him the plan.
Yeah, the plan.
It is now Madcap's turn.
I will go try and get from roof, keep up with Vermilion on the rooftops. However, I can best do that.
Okay.
If I need to keep point, let's see if I need to key point Step of the Wind, which will give me a total of 70 movement, and doubles my jump distance.
Okay.
So we'll do that.
I'd say if you, at the range you are now, if you do that and jump off the rooftop and don't fall flat on your ass with an acrobatics check, well, actually, it'd be more so not to fall prone. Slow fall, you would take no damage.
I want to stay on the rooftops.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna try and go to her.
No, I'm not gonna try. I want to stay keep pace with her, but while traveling on the rooftops.
Okay. I will say you can get to if you look at the little corner where Pigeon Man was. I imagine Pigeon Man is still there, just lying down, just prone, I'm not here, ignore me. You can get right to the edge of that. Without Step of the Wind, what's your movement?
35.
35. And you can bonus dash, right?
Or
So, or no, step of the wind. gives you
Step of the wind
dash.
bonus action dashes me and doubles my jump distance.
Yeah, I will say, um, yeah, you can get there to that end with your step of the wind. You don't need to jump or anything, but that'll be all your movement to get like right to the corner, and you can see she's starting to kind of crest up and go. She's looking in this direction. Is likely trying to go that way.
And I will hold the attack action for anyone that makes an aggressive action I don't like. Word
Okay.
it this time.
Okay, word it vaguely so you can use it whenever. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. It is her turn, and she's going to dash double move in that direction, 60 feet. I'll just say she's like roughly like that. Just in that general direction. She's running. She's definitely got like kind of a small limp going. That
How far
is
away is she?
from you and Madcap's position. She was 60. I'm gonna say 70 feet probably. She was already a
Got it.
decent bit away from the edge of the rooftop, so
Is it my? It's my turn, right?
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action dash so I get 80 feet of movement and try and get
Okay.
behind her.
Okay.
And I'm gonna main action try and pickpocket her.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you had fast hands. So
Mhm.
okay. Are you aiming for her key?
Yes.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
Go roll. 14.
Okay. Sleight of hand is usually contested versus like perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. I
Her
think so.
wisdom's okay. I will say this. You beat her by 1, so you grab it and you kind of quickly like tuck it into your sleeve. And she turns around and sees you. Do you have your pigeon head on or no? I don't think you guys did because I don't think you went to change yet.
We did. It's nighttime, right?
Yeah, once I hit dark.
Oh, okay. Okay, then
Yeah.
yeah, you. I gotcha. So yeah, she turns around, sees this giant bird head in her face. She's like, "What the fuck?"
You don't have any breadcrumbs.
All right,
Hey, thanks for the keys. Really big fan of your platform. Goodbye now.
all right.
You got the keys?
Yeah, I got the keys.
All according to plan.
This is going so strangely.
Yeah. All
That
right.
was the goal.
That was Pigeon Man's
Wait,
goal.
now I just have
All
to
right.
get her back to the temple and convince her that someone's trying to kill her.
Yeah, those people are me.
Yeah, and then Madcap shows up. Oh, Detective Osric. Oh, thank you.
Oh God. I play both ankles. That way I can't lose.
Yeah.
All right. Tonka.
And then I will, using my last 10 feet of movement, I will like get a bit away from where I can.
Okay, you just kind of like
On
step
her, at
back
least.
from her.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Tonka. It's your turn.
Tonka leaves.
All right. Leaves like kind of in a backward direction.
Yep. No, he heads back the way that we came.
Okay. Which is kind of the way that she's going, but I will say, you scanning around, you see like a very short alleyway that you think you might be able to squeeze through.
Yeah.
So you start heading in that direction. It'll take you a bit to get there because it's across the courtyard. Okay. If that's all you're gonna do, we'll move on to the witch.
Okay, so she is still running. She's dashing.
Yeah, she is like full sprint, trying to get the fuck away from you weirdos.
Okay, Let me think. I'm going to dash as well to keep pace with her.
I'm gonna shoot at her feet.
What?
I'm gonna shoot at you.
Why?
Because I know what the fuck you like. You need to get the fuck away.
Well,
I'm shooting at your feet.
Okay.
Oh, exactly.
So intentionally missing, but trying to get.
I'm aiming for your feet because I want you to stop.
Oh, I thought you were trying to kill me.
I mean, not yet. We'll get there if we get there.
We get there when we get there. All right.
I don't know if you want to make a roll for this or.
I would say intentionally missing is fine, but you will use up your action to do it.
Yeah, but I want to send a message to stop.
Yeah. So I'll say you do that, and you just kind of like.
I said when she finishes her first movement, I'll follow the arrow and see where she does it, and then we'll go from there.
So yeah, we'll say the first 35 feet when you kind of have that one that like kind of brief second action pause. You just there and like an arrow hits the cobblestone and shatters in front of you.
Okay, hold on.
What I'm gonna say is I got this.
Okay. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay. I could have grabbed Madcap. No. Okay. I stop and I shoot Madcap a withering glance.
How far away is Gwen from me now?
She's going at an angle 35 feet.
You need the
Sorry, they're a little
Pythagorean
far away from you.
theorem.
God, I'm trying to go back to my sophomore year geometry class. I'm going to say 45. Since Sergia was, her dash speed is 60. She had 10 feet. Gwen's kind of right by her, so 45.
Uh, 45 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
just kind of do that.
And he's up on a rooftop?
Yeah. Like once the arrow whizzes past you and breaks right by your feet, you can very clearly see him there.
So, like, I'm debating between taking one of the Don's John's bodies to go start the gang war or to continue chasing Vermillion.
Yeah, let's just drag a body across the canal. No biggie.
Would that be suspicious? What if we did a weekend at Bernie's? What if we did a weekend at Bernie's situation where we just like hold him up and we're like, oh, he had too many ales. Weird.
Why does he smell like cooked meat?
Yeah. Cobra, can we talk out of character for a second?
Yeah.
So like, why do we want to let her get away? Are you afraid I'm gonna murder her?
Yes.
Okay. What if...
Look. I mean, even if I don't like, you were like the previous day, you were trying to convince Madcap to just murder this bitch. So when the robot breathes fire or lightning or whatever and just scorches two guys and her, and you come up and take a swing at her, what do you think Madcap is going to think is going on?
Yeah, I know, but she's bad.
Yeah. But like, that wasn't the plan though. The plan was to get the documents and just like screw her life over and get her arrested or whatever. Get like, look, I mean, do whatever you want, but like,
it's fine.
Look, I'm gonna say Madcap's not gonna let her get away.
Okay. So like, here's what I'm thinking. Like, she bought my ruse, so I was gonna like chase her and be like, oh, Sergio, I'm so glad you're here. I heard of a credible threat against your life, so I was just keeping an eye on you. Let's sit down and have tea, right? And let's just talk about it because wow, that was who were those guys, right? But just like how do I in character tell Madcap I promise not to do the murder.
Do it again. Like I don't trust you. Look, do whatever you want, but like Madcap has a plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, do whatever you want.
My concern is that like if I go off and do that, it becomes the friggin' like witch show again.
No, that's fine. Like it's.
Hey man, we gotta do
whatever
what we
you
gotta
want to
do.
do.
Hey, you know what? I got the keys. I'm content with this episode.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but like
Kinky.
we don't know where her house is, right?
Yeah, Madcap's not.
And there are two dead bodies that probably tell us where they are. Or where it is.
Like she's not getting away from Madcap. Like
Madcap will find her.
Madcap is going to keep following her. He just doesn't trust you to do the same.
All right, okay. Ready? Okay. The arrow hits in front of my feet. I turn, look up at Madcap. I take my rapier, I put it back in the sheath, and I just hold my arms out like, what? And that ends my turn.
Okay. I'm gonna say she didn't see that because she's running full speed ahead. She's not even looking behind her.
Okay.
And you guys can very clear, especially for those of you on the roof who have like kind of a bird's eye view of this, you can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Okay. Pigeon Man, hopping back up on the roof and sitting pretty with your. Okay.
Where are the bodies?
They're on the ground. Well, you don't see them because there's currently a zone of magical darkness that you cannot see through. But that's where Vermilion ran out of, and where Tonka ran out of. So it's probably where they are. That's where your ball bearings were. Just can't see exactly where they are.
Uh-huh. So... Okay.
So yeah, I'll say you know where they are, you just can't physically see them.
Well, I'm gonna chill by that corner and wait until the darkness goes away.
Okay, I attack the darkness. Alright, so Pigeon Man goes and just kind of like, alright, my work here is done. But you didn't do anything. I love that meme. Okay. Tonka.
Tonka's gone. He left.
Okay. So we will take Tonka out of the initiative order. Okay. Alright. Gwen.
Wait, Quinn just went. That's when I shot at her on my turn, so it should have been me.
Oh, I thought, no, that was your held action.
Yeah, so it should have been my turn. And
Oh, no, yeah, you right. Sorry. Well, I know what Tonka's doing, so I did not make a full mistake. Alright. So, Madcap, it is now your turn. Sorry.
Madcap's gonna kind of try and keep pace with Vermilion, and passing by Quen, he's gonna speak into her mind and be like, "I thought murder wasn't the plan."
I was just hitting her over the head so we could question her. Calm down.
Okay.
He would say, "Look, I'm gonna tail her. If you can, keep your weapon stowed, then you can follow. But if you're gonna attack her, I'm just gonna attack you. So fucking don't."
I would say, you have enough problems in this city without making an enemy of me.
Ooh, spicy.
Do you think I'm someone to have as an enemy?
I kind of chuckle and say,
6 seconds.
yes. And then let us work together. Go.
Okay.
So I'm gonna. I'm not gonna hold an attack action this time.
Okay.
I'm gonna use action, dash, movement, and key point step of the wind for 3 movement.
Okay.
And just so I can pretty much get ahead of her as well. And I'm gonna.
Okay.
And at this point, I don't feel a need to stay in. I don't stay in initiative. I just want to keep ahead of her until she gets away from this clusterfuck, and then I kind of want to get in front of her, and just take a moment to be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Okay.
That was crazy.
Okay. Sure. We'll kind of skip ahead like an extra round. do the same to kind of keep ahead of her. She crests around the corner, and then using your kind of maneuverability, you just appear in front of her. We'll kind of stop the
And
initiative.
a weapon stowed, hands raised.
The fuck is wrong with you people? Who are you? What do you want?
Don't look at me. I just saved your ass.
Well, I mean, you had that bow trained on me the whole time, but
I had the bow
You
train on
shoot.
everyone.
Fair enough.
Are you okay?
She kind of looks. You could see like her hair started to poof up a little bit from the electricity. Just like, I'd be lying if I said I had worse.
Look, I don't know. I don't know where they went or what they plan on doing. Is there somewhere safe I can bring you?
Well, that Birdman nicked my keys, so she looks around, just says, "Follow me. I know of a place."
Is there any other way in your house without the keys? I mean, like,
It's
do
more.
you have to hide a key or?
No, it's more so if he has the key, eventually he's going to find the place. So I know of there's a safe house that I can go to.
Ellis, were you following behind?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Ellis, make a stealth check.
Ooh, stealthy stealth.
The darkness gone.
No, she's gonna keep it up for as long as she can, which is 10 minutes. Ooh,
Don't smack her, please.
okay. No, you get the sense that she is not paying attention to you at all.
Okay.
All right. She just looks to you, Madcap, and says, "There's a safe house I can go to. It's kind of nearby, but I think I'll be safer there than at my home for the time being."
If you'd like an escort, do you know who I am?
I have to roll an insight check on you. Do you have your weapon stowed, but is your axe clearly visible?
Oh yeah, the X's are on the belt.
All right, then that lowers the DC by a lot. Just gonna say, you're the Madcap, aren't you?
I am. I mean, this is kind of my thing. I was watching those two Johns with you. I didn't know what their purpose was. And then you got ambushed, and I don't know what the fuck happened after that. I'm
still trying to process it myself.
But it didn't feel right. I wasn't going to let that happen.
Well, I appreciate your intervention, though, based on your reputation, I was expecting something different, now that I think about it.
As I said,
I'll say you're walking and talking at this point.
Yeah. I don't know what purpose you had with the Johns.
Well, we're certainly not drinking buddies.
I'm not with them either.
Interesting. Well, keep close. Maybe a wide, some sort of a distance at the very least.
I kind of like pause a moment and then climb a roof.
You can kind of very clearly, not clearly, but you can kind of see her mouth move a little bit, likely mouthing something.
Can I make out what? Or
Make an insight check.
Nope.
Nah, it was a pretty low DC. It was like you were pretty close when you started doing it. She mouthed the word "show off." So you follow her for a bit, and eventually going across North Batast, probably in this neck of the woods, like this really short alleyway. kind of get to a kind of like not like dingy, but definitely not very well put together string of buildings, and you see one that looks residential, kind of like a very rundown version of the like Quinn's row of houses. Um, and he goes, "All right, I'm gonna enter into the cellar around the back. Follow me."
I'm gonna follow.
Okay, go through an alley. She finds the cellar. Um, it open. It has one of those like drop down like thick planks of wood that sits in front of it on the top. So she lifts that up, opens it up, and it's a dusty old basement. And she goes in, um, and thaumaturgy snuffs out candles, right? It doesn't, or does it light them?
I think we can do both.
Yeah, both.
Okay, so using thaumaturgy, she lights the candelabra that's in there, so you get a little bit of light. Not that she needs it, but she can tell you're a halfling and might need it. And you can see that there is a small, like ladder that leads into some sort of trapdoor on the ceiling.
I follow.
Okay, she opens it up, and you are in a dingy apartment building.
Is there anyone else here?
Not as far as you can see. You're in a currently, from what you can see, a 2-room place, like a bedroom and a common area. Some of the Johns use this when they've had issues. I've been told I can use it. So the front doors are barred. This place is supposed to be condemned. And she does air quotes. That's why you enter in through there. Just sits down for a moment, and just starts like doing up her hair and trying to like brush off some of the scorched pieces of clothing.
I'll kind of just like sit against. Is there furniture?
Yeah, she's sitting on like a padded chair. Like it's a wood chair with like a padded seat. There's
I would
another
take a seat on
there.
furniture. So I'm still gonna like play it off like I wasn't there waiting for her and it was just good timing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so they allow you to use it, so you do have business with the John.
In this part of the city, who doesn't?
I don't.
Well, from what I understand, you operate all over the city.
Do what I can where I can.
Well, you've certainly made an enemy of the Johns if the rumors I've heard them speak is have any truth to them.
I'm sure some of it is.
Right. So, why the fuck should I trust you right now? Other than the fact that you're the only one that is not actively trying to kill me.
I don't rightly know. I guess I don't have an answer for that one. But if you're admitting to business with the Johns, I don't know why I should help you.
That's fair. Well, I suppose. Well, it's nothing serious. Just a few transactions here and there, and you know how it is. A little bit here and there to grease the wheels, make things happen, and eventually you'll go your separate ways.
I don't think you're separate ways anywhere. If you're going to be a councilwoman, there's no getting rid of the Johns.
Once I'm a councilwoman, they can't fucking touch me. Why do you think Why do you think the Dawn hasn't attempted to collect on Thornton's debts?
They'll still have stuff on you. I'm sure they have records and evidence of your involvement.
Well, perhaps. But if I'm going to do, but if they want, if I'm going to do anything but if I'm going to listen to anything that they have to say, they better make it damn well worth my while. Because I know just as much about them as they know about me.
Yeah, but they're a gang. They're supposed to have dirty business.
Right. Can't do dirty business when all of your when some of your locations get busted. Major players are no longer in play.
I guess.
Hmm.
And how ready are you to share this information about locations?
Why? So you can go make their life miserable.
That is what I do.
From what I hear, you're damn good at it.
And if you plan to cut ties, what does it hurt you? In fact, it makes it easier for you.
A little, but I need to make assurances. If you're willing to wait a few weeks, once I'm confirmed for council, then maybe we can do business.
I'm not known for my patience, hence the nickname.
Evidently, but it's always a first.
Not really sure where to go from here.
Well, you could kill me. That would solve the problem a lot. I'm certain Mr. Thornton would be very appreciative of that.
Oh, like he's anything special himself.
Eh, definitely not. A small man thinks small.
And do you think big?
I like to think I do.
How big?
Well,
Evan.
well, how big do you think? What sort of things are rolling through that halfling brain of yours? I might be willing to engage in maybe an intellectual trade, perhaps.
Um, I just I want to make a difference in ways I couldn't before.
Don't tell me you're one of those owlbear fanboys.
I'm a fan man, excuse you. I'm probably older than you are.
No, most definitely. Just by the way you sound, I can definitely tell. But, well, now it all starts to make sense. Oh, one of those boys at that tavern that night, they were sort of giving me a bit of a debrief. They said that poor old Kemler kicked the bucket, as it were, and
Did he,
somebody. Hmm?
did he now?
Yes, Kemler Bricksunder, one of the Don's, I wouldn't say oldest friends, but certainly one of his oldest business partners. Wonder what could have caused that. Oh, and there's an interesting thing. One of them apparently was working with him a few days prior, and one of his friends, who still worked at that establishment for however much longer it has, found an interesting thing written in one of his ledgers. Somebody wrote that the owlbear has returned, if I'm remembering it correctly.
Madcap would chuckle. Like, that's funny.
That is pretty funny. You wouldn't have had anything to do with that, would you?
No, that's clever. It's cute. But I think you know I leave my own marks.
Yes, evidently.
How did he go, old Kemler?
Oh, I heard he was shot through the face with an arrow. Wouldn't I know it? And wouldn't you know it? I have just met quite the marksman today.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Not for running a casino. It's not like he's smuggling Crimson Ash, you know.
Maybe not smuggling it, but certainly abetting the dealing of it. Most definitely. You think people just go there to lose money? No.
Thornton does.
Well, some people do. Not everybody, though.
Wasn't me that got him. I would have left my mark.
That's true. You probably would have. I would say at this point, Quen, if you're keeping track, you would have seen at the very least them go into the the cellar door and it
Sure.
closed behind you.
If I attempted to open it, what would happen?
Nothing. It's designed to not be openable from the inside, but it is also kind of down in the back of an alleyway, so it's very much out of sight.
So it does not open from the outside?
No, it opens from the outside. It doesn't open from inside because when you close it, there's like a big, like how some fences have those locks where like it goes into it and there's a loose piece of metal that then flicks up over it.
Yeah.
There's something like that, but it's like, bigger and thick on it.
But I am outside, right?
Yes, you are outside.
So I could open it.
Yeah, you could open it from the inside.
Until Quen, if decides to make herself known, I just keep talking.
Okay.
Would you
Fine,
have
fine,
any
fine.
insight on who would off Kemler? Who would do that without the Don's orders?
Who said that he need his orders?
Well,
I've only heard rumors of the Don's benefactors, quote unquote. Never met any of them myself.
consider yourself lucky.
Clearly.
So you
Apparently
don't know-
Kemler did, from what I understand.
I've heard the same. He wasn't kind of keen on them.
Well, it's not my business who the Don does business with, only that our business benefit each other.
What do you make of the other stuff the Don's bringing in, aside from the ash?
Well, brings in all sorts of things. Things people want.
I'll take out that sliver I have of the residual. Stuff like this.
Well, that is interesting. I don't know what it is, but I've heard that the Don made quite the deal with the Pipers in order to, get things besides drugs into this city, and I guess that must be it.
Need to check. No. I've heard the Pipers have had a lot of trouble lately.
A little bit. They're, from what I understand, well, all I know is that the Don has agreed to let them loose on a journey of greater prospects so long as they supply him with things he needs from the mainland.
So the things come in on Piper ships, or do they give them to the Don in the mainland, and then the Don brings them in?
Well, seeing as how we're in confession time, I'm very much at a disadvantage. The Don gets the Pipers to the mainland. Pipers smuggle things back when the Don needs shipments made. How they do it, the specifics of it, I don't know.
But you make it easy for them.
Well, who can say if I do or not? A lot of things slip by customs.
I mean, I think. Wait, so you say I'm just looking at the John's warehouse ledger. Is John the warehouse manager?
The Johns, so Don's Johns. Yeah. So,
I mean,
that's what it means. So I'm specifically avoiding the name John or Jonathan or anything like that for the rest of the campaign.
I I mean, I think the Johns say you do.
They can say all they like, but who's going to believe a thief?
At this, the door swings open.
The trapdoor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hop to my feet and pull out an axe.
Okay. Oh, goody. More people. Just what I wanted.
I look
You
at.
see, she looks very exhausted, having ran quite a bit and, gotten lightning blasted in her face.
Yes. I point to Madcap and say, "That's quite enough of that."
Enough of what?
Wait, aren't you brandishing an axe in my direction?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Look, there are other rooms. I can leave and leave this one to you, if that's all right. I think there's some pent up feelings that need to be addressed, and I don't want to be a part of it. She just smiles as she says that.
Sergia, thank goodness you're all right. There's no one chasing us. I think we're safe. Oh, what a harrowing evening. And I kind of like put my hand on the bookcase, the other hand on my hip, and I'm just like, whew.
Just sitting there. She kind of has her side of her hand or side of her face in her hand, and she's just like tapping the table that she's next to.
Who was that metal man? This is what I've never seen anything. I've never seen him before.
It's very convenient that a lot of weird people are all convening on my location at the same time, isn't it?
I was gonna ask, who the hell are you?
Me. I'm just
Seem to be on a first name base with this one.
Oh well. I mean, with the election coming up, I'm just a concerned voter.
A concerned voter who can turn invisible.
Well, I was tracking. This is not going well at all.
You have walked into the den of somebody who knows how to bullshit.
All right, enough subterfuge. Why is the Dawn funding your campaign?
Why does the Dawn spend money on anything? Why does he do half the shit he does when he could just grow fatter on a ever-increasing pile of gold?
Can I just make like an insight check for the conversation we had up until the point that Glenn got here?
Sure. What are you trying to glean out of it?
Just like how truthful she was about not having much involvement, not knowing who the benefactors are,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Okay. Hard to read. You get the sense that maybe she's being truthful in some places, maybe she's deflecting or telling half-truths. It's really hard to pick apart. You get the sense that she's very used to bullshitting people.
All right.
Look, if you're so into doing business and whatnot, how about this counteroffer, as it were? If you are so keen on making a difference in this city, perhaps you enable a method of relieving one's debts to the criminal underworld. If there is no one to pay back, then who's going to argue?
Are you suggesting that the Dawn be removed?
Well, I'm not suggesting anything explicitly, but it would be a novel idea, wouldn't it?
You tell me how to make it happen.
Well, I've had an idea. I have not been privy to the inner workings of the Don's inner circle, as it were, the company he keeps, and how that fluctuates, or how they even meet each other. But I do know one thing. When the Don wants to meet you, he lets you know, and he provides a means for you to do so. If, let's say, for instance, one of his close business associates or longtime friends, I'm using the term friend loosely here, were needed, or his presence needed, and the Don did not want to venture across the city to meet them, he makes them come to him. Whatever means they would need to access where the Don might be at that given moment will likely be sent to them with instructions. I know he has quite an adept, how shall I put this? Quite an adept messenger in all manner of speaking at his disposal.
In Quen's head, I think, is that the imp you mentioned? I know you can't really respond back, but that's just my thought.
I could just like nod at you.
With
Perhaps such a meeting has already been asked for. Could go searching. Who knows? Who knows what you'll find?
search where?
I don't know. Some of his businesses, the people who he has close associations with, the people on his payroll or the people who pay him. The important people, not the little people, not the ones rolling around in their fancy shirts or their fancy pants, thinking they're something just because somebody gives them a sword and tells them to go rough somebody up.
With Madame Forbend and Mr. Bricksunder both gone. I am unaware of anyone else that.
Maybe try their effects. Maybe they were asked to meet. Maybe something happened and the Don changed his mind. But perhaps the message was already delivered.
Babies aren't much help.
If y'all have inspiration, there are some extra things you can use it for if you are really stumped.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Look at my the game info. I have it pinned. Custom inspiration.
I use the inspiration I got.
Okay. Ellis, I think, has one, because I think you did a recap at one point.
Oh, okay, so...
Oh, wait, no, hold on. I give out inspirations if you do recaps, and Cobra, you did one, so you can have one. See, I haven't given one out in so long, I forgot. It's like, okay, if you do a...
Inspiration.
Yeah.
Well, sure, I'll use inspiration. I mean, I'm assuming she means the meeting that Kemmler was going to have. Which, I mean, okay. We know about them. But I don't want to be like, I robbed Kemmler's casino and I know about the meeting.
I mean, if you want to, you can either say that, or if you want to do some kind of inspiration roll to maybe see if your character would think of it. That's up to you. But if you have that information, feel free. See if it lands.
Do we know the note we had to Kemmler? Did it have an address or did it have a name of a location? Or
it did have an address. Did I write it down? I know I wrote it down in my notes. I want to see if I post it somewhere. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna post it from my notes again. I'll post it in game info. There we go. There we go.
Yes, I have to say, you mean over on Strawman?
That's one place I've heard of. I know Don meets in a lot of locations. He tries not to stay in one place for too long. There we go.
As you're doing this, Madcap, Quinn's just kind of like tapping her boot a little bit. She just seems a little impatient.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not being clear enough for you?
Not very. There's a very important election coming up. Could swing either way. Certainly would like to make the right choice.
How long have you lived in this city, Lady Elf? I know it's hard to tell age with your kind if you're not as long lived as you.
It's about 50 years, I think.
I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
Hmm. And in all that 50 years, you never really figured out exactly how things work around here, is it? It's always the lesser of two evils. Anybody who is in some moralistic standing, a good person, they tend not to last very long. I'd say somebody like the owlbear was the exception. But he still got what was coming to him one way or the other.
I mean,
Whether he deserved it or not, it's not for me to say.
Are you willing to convince us you're the lesser of the two evils?
I can tell you right now that if I I can tell you right now that if would you rather a potential 10 to 15 with somebody younger, more insightful, or 5 with a crotchety old gambling addict who on a bad day doesn't know his ass from his boot?
I mean, you are helping the Dawn bring the ash in, right?
I've never said anything like that.
Well, I mean, I've a friend of mine saw something to that effect written in a ledger.
If it was one of the Dawn's ledgers, good luck convincing anybody it's real.
Oh, so he's trying to frame you to discredit you. I see. So he must be in Thornton's pocket then.
Maybe. Maybe he's hedging his bets. Maybe he's wanting to see how this works out. I know. The Dawn is smarter than I think a lot of people give him credit for. They just see a short, portly half-orc, and they don't think much of him. I certainly did. I certainly didn't the first couple of times I met.
So you claim not to bring in the ash, then be forthright. What is your specific dealings with the Dawn?
Well, if I say that, it's quite incriminating, isn't it? Potentially.
Would people believe a murderer like me?
Maybe. Depends on who says what you tell them. I'm no fool. I know you're not working on a personal angle, trying to get a confession out of me like this. You're clearly intending to pass this information along to somebody else. Somebody more credible than yourself. Somebody who doesn't have to hide behind a mask.
I don't
Or
have
it's
to
not a
hide.
business one.
I just think it looks cool.
You can keep telling yourself that.
I give Madcap a look. And I cast Charm Person on her.
Ooh, okay. Interesting.
As she's doing that, I would say, and if you think this isn't personal, you don't know me at all.
It's a wisdom save.
Yeah.
You're not fighting it, so it's a straight roll.
Yeah.
Your DC's 14?
Oh, spell save DC. Oh my god, it's so late. Where is that? Oh yeah, there it is, 14. Yeah.
13.
Ooh. You could have fudged that and we would never would have known. But thank
I like
you.
to think I'm honest.
But thank you for not. Yeah, I mean, you gotta let the dice decide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now she considers me like a friend.
Yeah. So you kind of just like behind your back do the somatic components, and you very quickly say your word of power under your breath,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see kind of her pupils dilate like a lot, and then return to normal, and she just kind of looks at you almost quizzically.
Now, be honest with us, Sergei, please. The Dawn, you don't want to help him, right?
I want him. I want to help him help me, if that makes any sense.
Of course, because if we can get rid of Thornton, you could do some good for the city, and if you help him bring in the ash, it's a small price to pay. I mean, someone's going to bring it in. Why not do some good with it, right?
I mean, potentially. My plan was to, once I was in office, cut all ties and make myself invincible. What's he going to do once I have gold sashes surrounding me every hour of every day?
And all that security at the Acropolis. It'd be you'd be untouchable. It's perfect.
That's why Thornton has it. You know how long Thornton has had debts to the Dawn? Almost as long as the Dawn has been in business.
Do you know how, just offhand, how is it just thousands of gold? It must be by this point.
It's a lot of gold, and who knows how many of his shirts or shoes.
As she says that, I kind of like press the toe of the boot into the ground and kind of just kind of wiggle it back and forth a little bit and say, yes. The really puzzling part, though, for me, I'm just so relieved that you're safe. Is this Tarkov business? They're just so close, and I really think that if we can get rid of Thornton, then it'll undercut Tarkov's plan.
What about Tarkov's plan?
Oh, where to begin? It's just so.
He seems like a nice guy from what I've heard.
That's what we thought too, right? And I kind of gestured to Madcap, nodding.
Are you bringing me into this? Dude, I'm playing off. I don't fucking know who you are.
Hey, she's charmed for an hour.
I mean, yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Ellis is like dead set on
Well, see,
being a bad guy, and I love it.
Me and Madcap are in the same position. What the fuck is up with you and Tarkov?
Why is no one else focused on?
Look, I get that he looks like Ethan Hawke, and he's kind of hot, all right, but like, calm
Tell
down.
me how you really feel, Justin.
Look, I'm comfortable enough with with myself to admit that somebody is attractive, even if I'm not actually attracted to him.
Oh, sure.
Like, look, I am gay, but Henry Cavill.
I mean,
Yeah, right.
I mean, I like men, and I don't think Ethan Hawke's that attractive. He's okay looking.
Anyways. Anywho.
It's okay. So, Madcap, don't be so coy. I'm sure you're as curious as I am about that Tarkov fellow.
So,
Anywho,
the Dawn, right?
yes, Fat Tusk. I know he's smarter than he looks. So we can help him bring in the ash, and then once we get you elected, it's beautiful. We're free of Thornton, and then you're free of the Dawn. You have no debts. I'm very impressed.
Well, if I'm to be free of debts from the Dawn, he has to be a non-factor. I thought I made that evidently clear.
Absolutely. And how can we help?
Well, I don't know. find out where he's staying and kill him, I guess. That would be the quickest thing to do. You would not believe how quickly his men would start eating each other if he wasn't there to whip them back in line. It's actually kind of funny.
Is he vulnerable?
How do you mean?
I just mean to say, in your dealings, does he have a safe house, or does he ever let his guard down somewhere?
Rarely. As for the safe houses, I have never been to one. This is a safe house, but not for the Dawn.
Of course. Madcap, did you? I mean, certainly, we don't want to take up too much of the lady's time, but
You got about 55 minutes left on that spell.
I'm just seeing if he has any questions.
I guess I say, but you are bringing in the ash, right?
Not, I mean, I'm not physically hauling it across the sea, but let's just say, I help it get through the gates. Grease some wheels here, pay off the right person there. No one's the wiser. Forge a couple. Get some documents forged by the Harkers. You know how it is. They're quite good at that.
Oh, as one does.
Yeah. Surprised you didn't think of that. She looks at you, Quen, just kind of kind of glassy-eyed. Surprised you didn't think of that. You're so smart.
Well, I mean,
smart and pretty.
all your
Hey, you
jokes
don't
are
know
so
how things-
funny.
I'm just wondering if you can really convince me that you're the lesser of two evils than Thorin.
Yes,
I mean,
Vermilion. I mean,
He's a gambling fool, but I mean, does he? But as far as I've known, he has no connection with the ash.
That's true. But the ash is a means to an end, from what I understand. It's there to make money. As far as I understand, the Dawn doesn't really have any ulterior motives with it, and I've heard he's trying to get some of the whores addicted to it, keep them in line, but other than that...
You need an ulterior motive? It's horrible and dangerous.
That's true.
The fact that he's selling it at all and making money off it and then using the money for God knows what is enough.
I mean, alcohol's dangerous too in large enough quantities.
That's a good point, and Quen just kind of nods.
But here's the thing: if the Dawn's taken out, and if the Johns don't have a network of smuggling shit in, shit doesn't get in. And once the Dawn's gone, that rhymed. She's like kind of like bubbly now. Like now that the spell has really taken effect, she's very different now.
Yeah.
It's like, and if he's gone, then well, I don't have anybody to pay back. I don't know anybody's shit. I'm my own woman.
As it should be free to lead the Shipwrights Guild, just with only your own conscience to adhere to. It's very simple.
Right? People like Thornton, they say they care about the people down on the docks, but he really doesn't. He only cares as much as they'll re-elect him, and he's only got another 5 years to worry about.
That's true.
And then after that, what's he gonna go and do? I don't know.
Just gamble away the money that he makes again.
Yeah, exactly. And then he'll be a nobody. Me, on the other hand, I can be somebody. I've wanted to be somebody my whole life.
Is there any chance that you could possibly lose this election?
Not unless he pulls something crazy out of his hat or tries to besmirch my good name with some sort of incriminating evidence.
Yeah. Saloon
for your so-called good name with the truth.
Truth is a relative term. Everybody has their own truths. It's all about how you look at it.
That's what people say when they're full of shit.
Oh.
That's very true. That's
Come
very
now.
true.
Come now, Madcap. Where are your manners?
You seem like a person with manners.
Well, people can change.
I'm very polite. I feel like I'm being very polite right now.
I
You're
think
just
you.
saying so many funny things.
I think you are as well. I take her hand in mine, and I put my other hand on top of it, and I say, Sergei, tell me everything you know about the demonologist. I heard the die roll.
Is that what they call the weird tiefling man with the quarter mask?
It is. It is. I know. Very scary fellow. Has a few folks that I believe he works with. It's just a very. I think they're making some people a bit spooked. And at this, I just look over at Madcap to see if he's pleased with the line of questioning or not.
That's probably hard to read.
Hmm.
I mean,
yeah,
you can pretty much just see his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine his eyes are in a permanent state of glare.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
He's just like
So-
looking at my rapier the whole time, just try it.
No, Metcalf still has. He's not like ready, but he still has his axe in hand.
Yeah.
See, that's one of those guys I just don't understand.
Mm.
Don't know why the Dawn wants to do business with him. He's so weird. Don't know
Dangerous.
what he wants. Don't know what he does. Dangerous, probably. I've never seen him do anything scary, but the look in his eyes.
And his partner who
Not
works the
bad.
city?
What'd you say? Sorry.
His partner who works the city. He's even worse.
He has a partner?
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't aware.
Didn't you know?
Look, I'm not a close confidant. I'm not in the inner circle.
Yes.
We do business, you know? Look, people in the inner circle, that was Kemmler's deal. That was Jorla, you know? Madame Forbet. I don't know if you know her by first name. And other people.
Just a thought occurred to me. These benefactors, they're pretty dangerous.
From what I heard.
You cut ties with the Don, just full stop, and he still has these benefactors. You think the gold cloaks will be enough?
If they cared enough about somebody like little old me, but then again, I don't know a whole lot about them either. So, ignorance is bliss, I guess? And look, if they are really that dangerous, I'm not going to go making myself an enemy of them.
Wise. Very wise.
We're friends of the Dawn, and you become an enemy of the Dawn.
Who says I become an enemy? As far as I'm concerned, once you leave this place, we never had this conversation.
Of course.
But I'm saying if you cut ties with the Dawn, he won't be happy about that.
What if he's already dead?
About wishful thinking.
A lot can happen in 2 weeks.
That's true. Do we? I'm just wondering. I hate to pause in the middle of a conversation, but there's a lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind some time to reflect, but what do you guys think?
I don't know. I want to rob the bodies. So.
Yeah, by now the spell would have gone off. I'll just hold on. Give me 1 second, Jake.
Okay.
I'll roll it for you. You're pretty much only going to find gold on them.
Oh, there's. Okay.
Well, you said there's only the 2 guys, so.
I know.
You find 8 gold between the 2 of them, and what is that? 12 silver.
Got it. I shouldn't have even waited.
Okay. I would have told you later too. So, well,
Yeah, I mean, are you okay with pausing here, or do you want to finish this interaction?
If you have anything like super pressing that you maybe want to try and get out of her, I'd say do it now. Otherwise, she's gonna say, I need to sleep off whatever that spell was. I am really sore. So,
Of course. Just tell me, Kobe, anything I'm overlooking?
I don't know. I'm probably too tired to figure anything out at this point.
Yeah, just tell me, if we were to, after your inevitable victory, surely, is there anything that we can do to ensure your inevitable victory?
well, make sure Thornton doesn't have anything up his sleeve, and I don't know. If you're going to take out, if you're going to take out the Dawn, either do it quickly or wait until after I'm confirmed. One of the two. Honestly, I don't really care.
Of course.
At this point, who's going to stop me?
Certainly not the Dawn. If we were to take care of him, would it be fair to say that once you're in power, of course, we could consider each other friends?
Let's just say I will owe you a very big favor.
Ah, it's what we like to hear, right? Right, Madcap? And I give you kind of a...
Why do you keep talking to me like that?
Oh.
Yes, get some rest, councilwoman, huh?
Soon.
I do have one question. You're making a lot of promises on the docks, and you claim that Thornton doesn't care about them, and that I believe. But are we to believe that once you're a council person, you'll still care?
Well, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, so I don't know what it's like to be privileged. So I at least have more in common with them than he does. I make it a point to fulfill my end of the bargain. If I'm promising these people something, I'm going to do my damnedest to get it done. And if I can't get it done exactly as I want it, I find the next best way.
And all this talk about easing restrictions on the docks and making it easier. How do we know that's not just to make it easier to get even more ash and even more of that green shit, or even more of anything else in?
Well, she kind of leans in a little bit and kind of does that thing where she puts her part of her hand over one side of her mouth. She just says, "Between you and me, the Don's built himself a house of cards, and once it falls, well, it's going to take a while before anybody can put the pieces back together."
I'm of the mind that the Don's interaction with this demonologist, I don't think it'll end well for him, even without our interference.
The Don always finds a way.
Well, everyone's luck runs out. Some earlier than others, Mr. Thornton.
Ah, yes, indeed. And his good friend Tarkov.
She just looks at you and kind of like does a shrug. Does this kind of like confused shrug.
Yeah, Madcap does the same exact reaction.
Okay. Do you want to know my hot take?
Okay, what is the hot take?
The demonologist partner who works the city, Tarkov. You wait. You wait like 6 seconds. You wait like 6 seconds.
Now, that's just like taking a wild swing.
You just wait. It's all going to be, oh, Ellis, you're a genius.
Just you wait. I will be vindicated.
Like you put on a blindfold, spun around, and now you're trying to hit a golf ball with a club.
I'm gonna Venmo.
To be fair,
You might hit
Ellis
it.
did that in Resurgence, and he was right.
Apparently, I mean, everyone guesses it.
What did I say in Resurgence? I don't remember.
The statue.
Oh, sure.
The statue had something to do with it, yeah.
Cheryl did the same exact thing the moment I mentioned it. She's like, "Oh, that's the thing." I'm like, "Fuck it."
Justin,
be quiet. Sip. Yeah.
Justin, I'm gonna Venmo you $50. Make sure Tarkov is the.
Dude, whether he is or isn't, regardless of what I would do,
Mm.
I'd have to change a lot of stuff on this Word document of mine,
Mm.
one way or the other.
All right. Yeah, I would just say good night, Councilwoman, with a little wink, and I'd probably book it.
Okay.
I mean, I'll wait there. I'll kind of like sleep against a wall with like my knees up and like my axe on my knees and like holding it.
Okay.
On my way out, I
30
say,
minutes. You have 30 minutes before she realizes she was charmed.
Yeah, no, she was charmed by me.
Fair.
Why that bitch was being so friendly to me?
on the on the way.
I think it was more so one of those things of her presence really eased it up. So
No, never mind.
that's okay. It's fine. It happened. It's whatever.
On my way out, I just say, I'll see you at the temple, Madcap.
Oh God, dude, really?
No.
That's not
To be fair though, that is ambiguous. There's a lot of temples.
That's true. No.
When I said that, I don't know why that bitch was so nice to me. I meant Glenn.
No.
Okay. I thought you were talking about her. Okay,
No.
never mind.
No,
I'm trying to play up. I don't know who she is.
No, but just to be a dick on the way out, I do say, I'll see you at home, Madcap, and I just leave.
She kind of looks at you and goes, she was great.
Yeah, just wait till you sober up.
It's probably the coming off of that adrenaline high after almost fucking dying.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah, it was. Well.
Madcap says that with all earnest, in a complete earnesty.
All right. Well, if you intend to hang around for a little while, fine. But I'm gonna go to sleep. Don't try anything. She goes into the other room and closes the door. Once she opens the door for the first time, you can see there is a bed in there.
I'll probably like sprawl up. If there's like a small sofa, I'll probably, I guess, just lay down there or something.
Okay. Going to sleep in John's safe house.
Yeah, odd turn of events for the Madcap.
Yeah. Hi, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we'll pick up after that, like pretty much right after that, because it's almost 3:00.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
my last thing before we stop is I'm gonna go perch on top of a building and wait for people
Okay.
to come back. And obviously, next session, we're gonna pick up and they're gonna come back, and it's gonna be like 8 in the fucking morning. Pigeon Man will be like, "Where the fuck were you?"
Okay. All right. So we'll just kind of put you like right here. You're kind of waiting at this crossroads.
Mm-hmm. Sprinkling
On top of
breadcrumbs.
the building. On top of this building, like a gargoyle. All right. Well, that was very interesting. Would you believe me if I said that the only thing I had physically planned out was the meeting with Thornton,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously the like bookkeeping things, like the Madcap's magic weapon and the foreman thing for Tonka.
You didn't.
That's it.
You didn't imagine Tonka
Oh,
and
no.
Madcap
Well, that part,
dueling,
no.
and then we chased Vermilion back to her house, and
I had a feeling that there was going to be some recon done with Vermilion, so I just had kind of a basic idea of what was going on. But I was like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just wing it. I know it around where she's supposed to be, so fuck it.
I don't know what I was expecting. When I keep asking people about Tarkov, I guess I just keep expecting someone to be like, oh yeah, his new patron's crazy. His warlock powers are really powerful now.
His,
I don't know what I'm expecting.
his exploit power is
Yeah,
maximum.
I'm just expecting someone to go, oh yeah.
Hey man, we're only now 8 sessions in. There's still time.
Mm.
You never know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Kemmler being terrified of Tarkov is a really weird red herring. Do you know what I mean? If he's just like a dude, I don't know. That's just where I'm at. I'm just telling the other players.
I mean, hey, like I said before, people are complicated. Maybe the interactions he had with him were not good,
Yeah.
but other people have good interactions. It's like, hey, if you're my friend, you're cool. If I fucking hate you, I'm gonna let you know. You never know.
Could be a guy like you do not fuck with. As long as you don't fuck with him, he's like super chill.
Yeah. It's like
that's kind of the vibe that the vampire gives off in my pilgrimage campaign. Like, he's actually really nice for a vampire lord. He's just a fucking guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like the first time you see Gus Fring like actually lose it. Like, he just seems like a kind of nice dude who's like into dealing meth, and then he fucking like slits some dude's throat.
Yeah, he's a box cutter and
with
fucking
intent.
guts a dude.
Yeah, that was intense.
Yeah.
All right.
How you doing, Form? I know we kind of left you hanging a little bit, but I was just saying how you doing. Just
I'm
didn't want
fine.
to make you feel left out. Okay. Well, I'll hit you up maybe sometime over the weekend about that thing you asked me, and we'll see what we can do.
All right.
Guys.
All right.
I'm wondering if Tonka is like spotted at the docks. If Vermilion's gonna like put an APB out on a on like a yellow Warforged. You know?
It's a Warforged. He's colored like a bumblebee. Did I stutter?
Yeah, we gotta get you a paint job for him.
Get some chrome rim.